What is up, chat? What is up, guys? What is up, Heavenly? Hope you're doing well. The season is much calmer, I'd say. The calm before the storm. I just seen Ghost in the Shell, possibly. I haven't seen, like, the actual source, but I seen Ghost in the Shell next season. It's just gonna keep hitting. It's gonna keep hitting. What's up, Sergio Donna? Being Sunday in the chat. I love that. Yeah. Fall is not really a big heavy hitter of a season. I realized that last night because I said last season fall looks really weak. I mean, compared to summer was hell. Like I literally hurt myself trying to cover all of summer, or at least what I wanted to cover of summer. So going into fall was like, oh crap, this doesn't look like much is really exciting me. Okay, time to chill. It's time to chill. Even though it's like the worst time for a content creator to chill is the fall season, because especially like December and whatnot, November, a lot of ad revenue. I've never experienced it. I've heard it's a thing. It's the worst time to really chill, and I'm like, yeah, now that I'm really looking at this stuff, it's not really exciting me. It was really when I was getting around to finally putting together my top 10 best shows of the season so far. I'm really behind on that. I put them all in a tier list, and I started looking at it, and I'm like, yeah, like, there's no, like, holy crap, there's no Takapi, there's no, like, all these other ones that we had in summer that were just absolutely amazing. It's okay. It's a lot of okays. So I think this tier list may upset some people, but I think it's really a season of, like, I enjoy this. And we'll get into more of that stuff, but it's like a season of, I enjoy this. I mean, My Hero Academia fans are eating good. Let's be damn sure. My Hero Academia fans are eating good right now. One Punch Man fans, not so much. We all expected that. But outside of that, it's like, okay, this is okay. This is enjoyable. What's up with the fan art? Hope you're doing well. My favorite this season of My Hero Academia, Yano-kun, Let's Play, Monster, Milady, and Little Vampire Can't Suck. Dude, Little Miss Vampire Chun's Can't Suck Properly Right, whatever the hell they want to call it. That's going to be an interesting one to talk about, because it's like one of those ones where I adore it. I love it to death, but it's not like it's great. Let's be honest, like it's not like it's great. It's just I think she's super freaking cute, and I want to freaking pinch her cheeks. Anyways, but as people start to roll in, because typically the tier list ones people seem to really enjoy, I did want to talk about something I got planned up here soon. I talked about this. Well, I didn't really talk about it. I talked about the Discord. For the few people that have the pleasure of being in the Discord, there was a sale that went on Barnes & Noble that I've been waiting for like literally 2 years. Like ever since that bad order came from Right Stuff, I've been literally waiting for them to do some sort of BOGO with light novel and manga. And they finally did it. They finally did it after I did my big order with Barnes & Noble and what's the other company that I did? Atomic Empire. I finally did the order with them instead. Hydrate? Gosh darn it. I finally did the order with them. Anyways, they did that order, and so I'm like, okay, well, some other series that I want to pick up. And so I did a big, huge order, but funny enough, I did most of it on Amazon. Even though they had the BOGO with Barnes & Noble, they didn't want to do the extra 10% for premium users. So it's like, it's still cheaper on Amazon. But of course, Amazon, there's like a big risk there. So I have a bunch of stuff coming from Barnes & Noble still, but I have some stuff that's going to be on a big unboxing. I think I'm going to do an unboxing video with it all. This right here, I want to open it so bad, but there's probably so many spoilers in here. It's the art book. It was expensive, but then I realized it's actually hardbound. And I'm like, okay, cool. But yeah, Amazon is always a big gamble for me because they hockey puck the boxes everywhere. And I think the only thing that I found that was wrong with this one is just this one tip right here, and it's not even that bad. It's just a little scrunched. Once I take the wrap off, I'm going to see if it's actually like something that I can't just kind of push back down. But that turned out good. Ugh. This, I'm actually very surprised, did not get knocked around and thrown, because there's a lot of people that do delivery, and I feel for them, that don't like heavy packages. It's just, it sucks. I mean, you have to lift these heavy packages. They don't give them like dollies and systems to be able to pick up these boxes. In most cases, it's just a truck that they have to hand pick up everything. So if something's heavy, I feel for them. But they take it out on your products, and that's really sucky. This thing is so freaking heavy. I feel so bad for them. I didn't realize how heavy this thing was until I went to go pick it up. And I'm like, holy crap, this is actually really heavy. This box is. And it had that Apothecary Diaries art book in here too. So that's like even heavier. But yeah, it makes sense because it's 6 hardbound books inside of a chipboard box. I'm so surprised this came like good. I think the only thing that I've really kind of noticed with this one is some of the wrapping got ripped here, so I'm gonna have to make sure that that wasn't like an impact when I unwrap it. But I'm really happy about getting this because I've been wanting to get this for a long time. Hardbound collection of Alita. Holy crap. Go over here. This is the only one that I think... Well, there's 2 that came from Amazon that I'm for sure probably going to return, or at least get another one. Atelier. I decided to pick up this series because I've heard like nothing but good things about the source material. I know the anime is coming up, but we'll have to see if that studio can hold it together, because that studio did not do... It did well with... It did really well with Zom 100, but at the same time, production hell. Like, that studio seems to have some internal issues. But the only reason I'm thinking about taking this one back is right there. Pretty bad. Pretty nasty little bump on the corner there. And that sucks because I usually like the spine to be visible. So having this on the shelf like that, it's going to have this big nasty bump. So I'm probably going to get a swap out on this one. Patches, thanks so much for the subscription, man. I appreciate the support. Hope you're doing well, Patches. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Apothecary Diaries, 72 episodes, movie, 3 years. One Punch Man can't even manage in 12 years. It's... Apothecary Diaries, and this is what I meant with my... For those that didn't watch my video, I did a whole video talking about the whole situation with One Punch Man and the director. That's a... Apothecary Diaries is a prime example of something that is seeing fruits. The production committee sees a value in Apothecary Diaries, and thus they're putting a lot of value into it. And thus it gets plenty of time to work on it. It looks visually beautiful. Everything is on full cylinders for that to be a video property. And like I said before, One Punch Man ain't that. They don't want One Punch Man to be a visual spectacle. They don't care. In the production, they don't care. And thus, they're not going to give the studio any time to really work on that project. Anyone read it yet? I haven't read it yet. I've heard like the reviews and stuff on it very high. If you're talking about Witch Hat Atelier. I worked at Royal Mail. We treated heavier stuff better. Really? Hey, Cassido. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. You think I should watch Standalone Complex before new Science Star adaptation of the manga? I only have seen OG movies so far. I think the new one is based on the original manga, which is based on the movie, so I don't necessarily think it should require Standalone Complex, because I think Standalone Complexes came out like way later. I could be wrong though. I'm not like a... I love my Ghost in the Shell, but I don't know enough to know where things fit or when they would fit, or if they're even... which ones are in the same even universe. So I'm the worst person to ask. Don't forget about Shangri-La Frontier. It uses CGI, but we already have 50 episodes, and Season 3 will come out soon. What? I'm not... I didn't even watch the second season, so no, I'm going to forget about it. I'm unfortunately going to forget about it. Send your One Punch Man video to a friend to educate them. He appreciate it. Oh, I appreciate you sending that out. Thanks for spreading the word. I got a lot of replies of people like saying, you're talking about this person, you're talking about this person. Well, you gotta talk. It's like, I made the video because I wanted to vent my frustrations about the situation with the director. I didn't want to get involved with the drama. It's like, the drama's just so, I don't know. I'm in a mood these days where it's like, I just don't want to get involved with stuff right now. Even though it's very, it's sad because like right now, the only way to really make money because the season's kind of weak is to like drama farm One Punch Man. This is probably the big one that I wanted the most out of everything, and that's Toilet Bound Hanako-kun. Thankfully, this one came in pretty much pristine. This is from Amazon, and it came in pristine. I'm shocked. I'm utterly shocked. But this is the first set. Comes with a 10. I think it's 10. I think it's the first 10. Yes, first 10. Dude, I so am going to read this. I know I have a lot of stuff that I say I'm going to read, but this one I really badly just want to jump into. Just read it on the side. Don't do it. I might do something on it, but I really want to read it. God, I love the art so freaking much. And here's the biggest bummer. This is the biggest bummer, because I thought for a minute this was good. This is the second set with the second 10, or 11 to 20. I thought it was going to be pristine as well. I was like, oh, good. I got both of them, and they're good. But no, the front of it. The front of it. The front of it. Look, I get the light on there. There you go. You can see it. Oh, gnarly. Gnarly. Look at it. Look at it. It's also got a bam on the, one of the corners got hit too. So this one's for sure I'm going to swap out. I was bummed. I was like, I thought I got both of them. I thought I got both of them pristine from Amazon of all places. And the box wasn't damaged. The box was... The delivery people did a great job. Box looked like it literally never touched the ground. So that had to have been like Amazon in their warehouse. I was bummed. I was super bummed. But still, like, from Amazon, to get all of these except for Witch Hat Atelier and Hanako 2 in either pristine or acceptable for Andrew standards is big. Like, my fear levels of Amazon came down a little bit. It's not restored, don't get me wrong. I also got Gushing too. I'm still waiting for Pun Pun. I'm still waiting for... Is it Shadow House? I think Shadow House is the other one that I got. I think it's Shadow House. Pun Pun and Shadow House. Still waiting for those, and then I will, then I'll do a video or something on it. Anyways. I've come here now. You were here earlier. Did you literally say that you were here early, did the tsundere thing, and then left? Did you literally log in here earlier and say, you made me have to log in here early, 15 minutes early, and then you just left? Shadow House Online Color? So the print one... Well, I guess the print one probably wouldn't go out of its way to do color, otherwise it'd be way more expensive. That sucks. I mean, it's not a big deal. Sergio Dede? Yes, exactly. Anyways, wrong button. No, wrong button. Hold on. No, that's not the right number. No, wrong one. No. Hold on. Where's it at? There. Found it. Sorry. Author itself colored it because it's easy online. Oh, released it colored online because it's easier. Like I said before, yeah, especially like even Japan, like doing a color print is like kind of unheard of. Even over here, like anything that's colored, it's going to be more expensive. Like way more expensive. Amazon almost always been good to me, except one order where the entire box had been... Chat? What happened to chat? Streamlabs, are you good? Streamlabs, what happened? Okay, that's weird. Anyways, got your tickets to Chainsaw Man? No. I don't even know if it's airing over here. I don't know that I would go out of my way to go to Chainsaw Man either, though. I have, like, a thing against, like, theaters. I really don't like theaters. Even though I should get over it because some people want me to cover theatrical releases. I need to go? Where? Anyways, this is fall. This is fall. Did I miss anything? Yeah, I had a really bad experience at a theater a while back, and then when I moved over here, excuse me, they don't really have anywhere like close that actually airs anime films. Most everything around here is like mainstream Western stuff. So I just haven't gone in a long time. We do live too, yes. I don't always. I try to keep a weekly schedule, but I fail miserably at it. Well, I suppose everyone seems to do that, so that's on me for being ignorant. It's usually just tier lists, because I always find tier lists to be fun to kind of just chill and talk to people. I've tried to do some gaming stuff, but nobody really seems to care about it. But people like my tier list because it kind of culminates everything into a list that we can talk about. But anyways, I think we're good. I think we can start now. The fall 2025 anime season, I have watched pretty much everything. I'll say there's probably like a oddball here or there that I didn't see even get licensed or being translated, so I didn't cover them. There's a couple of the returners that I'm extremely in love with that I have not gotten caught up with because I wanted to cover really this new stuff. But as I alluded to earlier, it's a pretty weak season overall, fall, which we expected. Summer was insane. It didn't really feel like fall was. Summer was insane. It didn't feel like fall was going to live up to those expectations. And then now we have winter is going to be insane again. So it's kind of a good season overall if you're wanting to take a chill pill, relax, you know, go outside for a little bit, touch some grass for a little bit. But there is some shows in here that are going to be good. So we'll go through it and I will tier list it. This is based on my opinions based on 1 to 4 episodes. I think some shows have hit 4 episodes at this point. What else do I usually say? It's based on this season itself. So even if I put something in S tier, that doesn't mean necessarily that it's S tier as an anime overall. It just means that within the season of fall, this is an S tier compared to an A tier of this season. So keep that in mind. I don't think there's really anything in this season that I would even remotely consider above B in an overall ranking of all shows. So that gives you a sense there. Do otakus touch grass? This otaku? No. Barely. Maybe once a week. I think we need this break. We do, especially since now we have Ghost in the Shell in winter, apparently. So it's going to get even worse. Seeing this season is a slice of life bros, in my opinion. But then again, we might be just Moon in a bottle. Yeah, it's a good season for, like... It's a good season for, like, Yashike, like, cute stuff. I just want to, you know, chill and talk, you know... Let's see cute characters talking, and a lot of rom-coms, and then the Shonen Bros are eating good with My Hero Academia. Anyways, let's get started. I've put into the actual arts the name of the show, because every time I do these damn tier lists, there's somebody in the comments saying, "Oh my gosh, you didn't say the name twice. Oh my gosh, say it before and after each show you do. Oh my gosh, you didn't list it right. Oh my gosh, I want timestamps." Like, such demanding chatters. Demanding commenters. Anyways, kick things off with a bang. My friend's little sister has it in for me or something like that. So this is the Ghost show this season. For those who don't know, they wrote Days My Stepsister. Right? Am I crazy here? Am I drinking crazy pills? Drinking crazy pills. My Ghost Ikawa, right? Ikawa. My goodness, this is not Ikawa. Ghost Mikawa. I had one letter off. Yes. Creator of Days My Stepsister. So I wanted this show to be really good, and I think I got hints from the first episode what it could really do. And so my levels and my expectations for the show went up after the first episode aired. For those who don't know, it's basically about a guy who thinks that all girls hate him, and he doesn't like this concept that people say that if a girl teases you and bullies you, it means they really like you. He thinks that concept is dumb. Kind of just turns into this whole thing where literally everybody that he has experience with is tsundere in some way. Well, his teacher's actually like... She's actually like secretly a bottom, even though she acts like a top in public. But like, yeah, her childhood friend that he's having to be forced to be the boyfriend of in an agreement with this guy that he wants to get a job with, pretty much hates his guts. This girl that is his friend's little sister, like, constantly torments him, and she's obviously, like, madly in love with him. And so I kind of felt like it was going this idea of getting into tsunderes and the trope of rom-coms where the girl is actually madly in love with him, even though they treat him like horrible. But second episode, and I think I watched the third episode. Yeah, second and third episode, it wasn't working. As much as I really wanted this show to work, and as much as I thought that the first episode was a good indication of what it could do, it's not good. Like, it is definitely... Did he write this one first? No, he wrote the other ones. He wrote Days of My Stepsister after, huh? Yeah, so this one was wrote 2019. Days of My Stepsister was 2021. His writing's definitely got better. His writing's definitely gotten better. Yeah, it's... I wanted it to work. I just don't think it is. I just don't think it is. Like, I love... I forgot her name. What's her name? I get a massive kick out of Iroha, the friend's little sister. She is a little gremlin. And it's so hilarious that her Seiyu is the same Seiyu as Hinami. Was it Hinami, right? From... kind of boy-girl relationship last. Yeah, Himari. It's literally the same Seiyu, and they're both absolute gremlins. Though this one is not as toxic. So if you like boy-girl relation... If you like can a boy and a girl's friendship last, you'll love this show. Or at least you'll love the main girl. Will you upload a video on this list? I will make a top... I'm not going to say I will. I may do a top 10 so far video, but this VOD will stay up. And you guys come back and watch this. We're just demanding tsunderes. The question is mid good or mid bad? Typically, the original concept of mid is middle. So it's like, you know, it's 6 out of 10. But people have turned it into a derogatory term. So it depends on who you ask. I don't typically say it just because it's typically used in a derogatory way. We're not skipping over that one. I'm talking about teasing Master Takagi-san. I have soft spot for that anime. There is a show this season that is very teasing Master Takagi-san. We'll talk about it later. Okay, Mari. Who the hell liked that? Who would like that? It's the whole freaking Gigak effect, dude. Gigak has the golden ability to take a show that nobody should care about and make it popular. He has that ability. We're gonna talk about this because it's Hosh Trash or whatever. Of course, I was talking about that show before him, but I don't have the golden hands, the golden voice that he has that draws people to watch trash. Anyways, this show it's C. I think C is good. C or B. If you would just ask me episode 1, I would say B. It has potential. But after episode 2 and 3, it went down to C for me. And it sucks because I'm fine with what they're doing. I just felt like the interactions in episode 2 and 3 were just boring. It just feels... It's okay, girl is bullied. We need to pull her into the group. Let's pull her in a group. Okay, she keeps looking at me with a disgusted face. She hates my guts, but I really want to pull her into a group. She really is jealous. Is she jealous? No, she actually likes me. No, she doesn't. She hates me. It just... The whole interactions with the other girl was just... I didn't care for it. Hopefully, the fall... I'm still going to watch it, though. because I'm hoping that he pulls something from this point on going forward. Nyan, Citation, thanks for the membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Hope you're doing well. Hopefully going forward, it'll get better. Type of person that really likes the mid-type shows. Then I get frustrated when people just kind of default to mid-bad. Sometimes mid is a flavor, not quality. Yeah, that's like I said. It's semantics. That's why I don't use the word, because it's just like it's people have muddied the name. People have muddied it already. It's like people started using it and they already muddied it. Within like months of mid becoming a thing, it got muddied. So I just don't use it. That's why I typically just say it's okay. Okay is my mid. It's okay. Sometimes you just want the chicken soup. Sometimes you just want a cup ramen, okay? Sometimes you just want a cup ramen. Alright, we're already on to One Punch Man. I didn't think it was this high on the list already. One Punch Man. Yes, it is not Season 1. We all knew it wasn't going to be Season 1. Anybody that expected it to be anything more than Season 1 was unfortunately deluding themselves. Besides, like, the very last part of the second episode, the entire show has been sliding stills for the most part, or mouth flaps. I don't necessarily want to say that that is a production thing. I just think this apparently is a very yappy point of the story. They're trying to get a lot of information out, and that's the reason why I personally have not cared much for this season. Granted, disclaimer, Andrew has never really ever been a fan of One Punch Man. Even Season 1, Andrew never really cared much for One Punch Man. It's not my comedy. I've never cared for it. I'm happy people enjoy it. Season 1, I will say though, Season 1 had some incredible animation pieces. I will 100% agree with that. The fight between Genos and Saitama, so freaking good. So freaking good. But the comedy and everything else, the writing, I don't care. I don't care. It's never been my thing. So it's not a loss for me. I feel bad for the fans, but Chibi warned us. Dude, I've been talking about this for forever. There's no warning. It was literally there. The fact that JC Staff got it in was the writing was there. Now, granted, just JC Staff getting it does not mean it's going to be bad. Yada, yada, yada. I've talked about this to death. Hey, Chato, how's it going? I downloaded Garo's sliding gif. That wasn't even the worst of it. It's literally in the manga that he slides. Yes, they could have put a little animation to the grass, but goddamn, that's like the least of the problems of the show. Like, the biggest... If you ask me what's actually the sign of bad, planning and timing and whatnot, it's the beginning of second episode. Him sliding down the grass was just fine. It's not bad. He slides in the manga. They could have put a little divot in the ground to show that he pushes down the grass or whatever, who cares. The beginning of the episode was the worst part. Because it had literally like 20 seconds of one image. That was the bad part. But it's easier to convey it with Godoro sliding. I know. Anyways, that's my rant on One Punch Man. I feel bad for the fans, but I think after a second season, this should have been expected. They don't. Production does not care about it. They never cared about it. They're never going to care about it. It's just, all you're going to get from it is the writing. Stop expecting that it's going to be anything more than that. Make your voices heard. I'm perfectly fine with that. Leave the damn directors and the artists out of it. That's for damn sure. It is... See... I actually enjoy it more than my... Well, no. I enjoy my friend's little sister more. So far. I'm hoping with this next episode, it'll start getting more entertaining for me, because I'm more for it for... like, something happening besides, like, info dumps. Like, the first two episodes have been mostly just info dumps. I'm a fan of this arc. Was practically all else. I do like getting more Nagato, though. Those are practically all else in the manga. It's drawn so well. It's legit the manga. It's better animation than most anime. I never stood a chance. It never stood a chance. Promise Neverland knew that it was well and just plunged it. I don't really know what they did with that. Like, that was a very odd decision. The context, technically the content itself that was skipped is supposed to be very graphic, wasn't it? Of course, it technically already was graphic to begin with. The anime was. Personally, I never was a big fan of One Punch Man, but I feel bad for the fans. Yeah, that's the case with everything. Everything that I don't care much for, I hope that it still does well for the people that enjoy it. Like, I'm not the type of person that's like, I want things to fail that I don't like. Like right now, I could give. Wait, hold on a second. I'm gonna double negative myself. I couldn't give less about My Hero Academia. I'm so tired of that series. I want it to end because I just want to I completed it at this point. I'm so tired of it. But I am so freaking happy for the fans right now that are eating good. The fact that it looks as good as it does right now, I am so happy for the fans. Even if I don't care for the show and I am so tired of it, I want it to end. I'm happy that it looks so damn good. Or Danmachi would ever be better. It was not adapted by JC Staff, but yeah. Dude, JC Staff did a great job with it recently. It had its problem in the earlier season. That was like a lot of the adapting the writing into an anime. And now that they have the author involved, they're doing a really great job. I don't have any complaints with Danmachi. Now, I'm not a source material reader, so I'm sure there's tons of stuff they're still cutting, but that's going to be the choice on the writer now. Yes, I've seen Invisible Girl. Yes, she's easily the best design character in that series. Like, the best. Love her design. Yeah, Season 5 Danmachi was great. I loved it. Alright. To Your Eternity, I have not gotten a chance to start yet. This is my show of this season where I'm trying to get everything else done, and I'm not rushing to get this show because I know it's going to be good. I'm hoping it's going to be good, but I have not got a chance to watch it yet. The series overall I've really enjoyed. It's like in an A area. I really love the franchise. I'm super excited to pick it up though. Speaking of back shows, Andrew, I've watched the worst show out of many in my life. Even worse than Scum's Wish and Kiss X Sis. Dude, you just listed 2 really good shows. Like School Days. One of these days I need to go back and watch School Days again and do a like an analysis of it. It is trash. It is definitely trash. If they were serious, they would have had Madhouse or Woofotable collaboration for this arc alone. And even when it would be so justice. That would never happen. Woofotable would cost them so much damn money. Woofotable right now is doing literally nothing. Notice how... What has Woofotable been working... What has Woofotable been working on for like literally the last 5 years? Nothing but Demon Slayer. What show have they even hinted at... What adaptation have they even hinted at doing during that time? A multi-million, if not billion at this point, company, Hoyoverse, Genshin Impact. The only company that can literally knock on Ufootable's door right now and say, could you announce making something, is Hoyo. Because they have massive dollars. You think Bandai Namco is going to knock on Ufootable's door to possibly have them at least adapt maybe like 2 seconds of an episode? No. It's still a million? I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Once they release that Animal Crossing game, I'm sure they will probably hit the billions. If they haven't already. Once the Animal Crossing game comes out, it's over. They will literally have cornered every market. They will have the moms. They'll have the moms' credit cards on file without the, struggles of the children anymore. Anyways. What we talk about? To Your Eternity. Okay. Kiss X Sis and School Days are both peak. Dude, Kiss X Sis is peak. I can't say that for School Days, no. Hero without a class. It's trash. It's trash. Concept of guy that when every child gets to a certain age, they get a blessing from the gods that gives them a class. He gives no class, but then yet he figures out that he can just copy people's abilities, and thus he's now OP. And then he goes to train swordsmanship. Don't care. This type of story is probably more in the same realm as something like the Banished from the Heroes Party type of stories. It's not. I don't think you're a bad person for watching it, but I'm not going to say it's great. Yeah, the biggest fault of the show so far is that he left his little sister behind. Because the little sister was probably the funniest thing about the show early on. The mom in this, and I said this in my first impressions, the mom and the little sister are like literally all of the comedy and enjoyment in the show. And he's going to leave them behind. And sure enough, they left him behind. And now the show has literally no value to it. RFX. 20 gifted memberships? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, RFX. I appreciate the support, man. Thank you. Raining emotes. I like this because I actually recognize names in there. Patches got one. Daniel got one. YP got one. I like that. That's nice. Whenever this happens during the Mushoku Mondays, it's literally just a bunch of like lurkers. Every single membership that goes out during Mushoku Mondays is a bunch of lurkers. All those damn Mushoku Monday lurkers. I love them all though. Thank you so much again, RFX. That's amazing. Thanks. Supporting the live streams. Yes, RFX is a legend. Gosh, and in the meantime, over here, I got Twitch got some spam botters. Go away. Go away, Twitch bot. Anyways. Yeah, don't give Patches one. Take that back from Patches. They're over on Twitch. They're remembered over on Twitch. They don't need it over here. Just joking. Alright, Campfire Cooking. In Another World. Season 2. In Another World with Jeff Bezos app. Yeah, it's gonna be Nyan for a while. Take a B right now. I think right now I'm in a B area. The first couple episodes have been pretty solid. Love seeing Sui back. The manga, the wolf. I really don't like the elf. I really don't like the elf. I'm not liking the elf, dude. And I'm hoping he gets away from the elf dude really quickly. The new dragon's okay. The dragon's alright. But it's been a pretty chill season so far. I'm not a big fan of the food stuff, and I know that's what a lot of people enjoy it for. I usually kind of just glaze over with the food stuff. But it's been okay season so far. I've gotten up to the point where they made the Mithril Dagger. I don't know if there's another episode after that. Hype Train. I have a Hype Train? YP with 5 gifted... I want to say memberships. My brain can't switch that quick. 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much, YP. Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't know we even had 5 people on Twitch right now. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. This is amazing, guys. You're awesome. I never once had a hype train on Twitch, so this is my first one. YP gave me my first hype train ever. Yeah, food stuff, strange concept, but more power to you, I suppose. Yeah, like I get it, but I've never been a foodie person. Dr. Cooley, I'm everywhere. That's good, though. I appreciate that people doing multiple views on 2 different platforms, I appreciate it. If you have unlimited data, I really appreciate the support there. Did Patches get one over there, too? No, you already had membership, okay. I thought somebody could give him another one. Look at Heavenly over there, too. Y'all make me feel good. Sergio Donna with 28 months. Thank you so much for the membership. Appreciate it. God, you guys are overwhelming me right now. I have to do a tier list, and you all are distracting me with the nyas. Thank you, guys. You guys are amazing. Anyways, what were we talking about? The food show. Yes. I love Sui. Love the Momonga doggo. Don't care much for the food stuff. It looks really good. But I've never been like a big fan of foodie stuff, so. Speaking of not being a fan of foodie stuff and big chunky people like me, I now have representation in an anime. Because we have plus size misadventures in love. Of love or in love? I think it's of love. In love. In love. Yeah, it's in love. Show about a girl who survives some sort of accident, and when she wakes up, she has lost her memories, and she thinks she is the cutest thing ever, even though apparently before she lost her memories, she would break all mirrors. Yeah, she's chunky, and she thinks that she is God's gift to mankind, that she is so cute now. She goes back to work, and very quickly she gets contacted by the police that tells them, yeah, we don't think your whole injury or accident was an accident. We think it was murder. That somebody tried to kill you. And she's like, well, I don't got no info for you. I have no memories. I don't even know what happened. So it kind of turns this whole thing where it's like, okay, she's just trying to enjoy life now. She finds a lot of notebooks and whatnot that show like her writing down that she's scum and that she should disappear, that she's fat, she's ugly. But now her new self thinks she's absolutely adorable and God's gift to mankind. So it's like that whole thing back and forth of everybody going, wow, you used to be doom and gloom, and now you're like super happy and cheerful. And everything that she does, she thinks that it's great. Super positive nature. At the same time, it's like that whole mystery of like who potentially killed her, and getting into her company's president and his affair with the chief of their department and blah, 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 blah. The wife of the chief of the department. Your recollection of this anime feels like a sort of drunkard fever dream. Like, WTF did you say? Did that not make sense to people? Chunky girl that loses her memories, and they're saying that it's potentially a murder, and she's extremely positive about everything. It's because it's a weird story. Yes, I know. And I know it's a weird story. So my thoughts. It had potential. The show had potential. I will say within the first episode, it kind of had its hooks in me. Like the idea of somebody potentially having a very horrible life before, now having a new life that's happy. And there's potentially a lot of bullying and a potential murder that could have happened. Second episode, it started losing me, and I think third episode, I'm just kind of in a stable point. Like, it was like, okay, first episode, you got me. The second episode was like, it started to kind of arch, and then it kind of just plateaued, and it stayed. Just kind of stayed there. I think it's B. I think it's B. It has an opportunity. I will say, though, this is one of the ones I can see definitely very quickly getting tiresome for me, because I'm already sick of her. I'm already sick of her, like, overly playing everything. Every time something bad happens, she has to scream about how she's God's gift to mankind. I've said that 3 times now, and I'm saying it 3 times because she keeps saying things like that. She thinks she's the hottest thing ever. And there's sort of a reverse effect there, where it's like, I love the fact that she's positive about herself, that she accepts herself for who she is. Because that's me. I lived quite a bit of my life not liking myself, and not liking how I look, and not liking my weight. And at some point, I just came to accept myself. Not that I want to be overweight. It's just not to hate myself. Not that I'm happy where I'm at. It's just that I don't hate myself. And I like that. I like to see her positivity and her accepting herself. But there's the reverse effect where it's getting annoying. It's getting really annoying. Anyways, hype 2, the train's done. The dead train. I earned a hype chest. I'm the actual channel. I got a bat dog. I have a batting dog emote. What is a batting dog emote? I don't even know where it's at, so I can't even use it. Anyways, closing that. Anyways, moving Twitch. Twitch. Anyways, that's plus Sives thingy. These oversized plots seem to become a bit more frequent in the recent years. I don't know if that's a joke or not. The audio of this channel is still suboptimal, especially the volume is too low. Am I too low? I'm literally in the red. I think your audio is borked there, dude. I literally see the red on here. How is that too low? If I turn it any higher, it's going to be muffled. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, Mangaka's Weirdly Wonderful... I don't know what the rest of that is. I forget what the rest of the title is. I don't know why these cut off. It might be the audio suppression, by the way. There is a setting in YouTube that... It's like an audio adjuster thing. I don't know if it's in the new player or not. That setting's horrible. That setting is horrible. This show's okay. Like, I like the main character. She's super goofy and cute. I just find the banter boring. I didn't tell the whole title. Google search Mangaka's Weirdly Wonderful, and then you'll get plenty. I've only watched... Did I watch 2 episodes of this? I think I may have only watched 1 episode of this. I may have gotten the 2nd episode. I'm not sure. Again, I think the main character's a dork. She's definitely like a bocchi character. She's very timid and not confident in herself. She's a mangaka. She's very much so the, like, stereotypical mangaka that is overly afraid of everybody and going outside and interacting with people. Like, even her editor, like, she's afraid of interacting with her editor. The editor's, like, on the opposite end, wants to support her, but also finds it very embarrassing to kind of express praise to her. So the two of them are really cute and a dorky little kind of couple. But it's like everything in between there, like the interactions, the conversations are kind of... Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that conversation before. And like nothing really kind of surprised me with the show. It's fine though. It's fine. Shows have names now. We're going to places now. It's also a way of forcing me to say the title, because people get mad that I don't say the title. Oh, by the way, we just tier listed Mangaka's Weirdly Wonderful. Dad is a hero, Mom is a spirit, I am a reincarnator. I kind of like this one. I'm just going to throw it in B right off the bat, because I think it's like perfectly in B. I'd probably put it like right next to Campfire Cooking. Like, it's pretty even with Campfire Cooking right now. I was actually surprised how much I enjoy Dad's... I'm going to say this whole title again. The Reincarnator Girl. I actually enjoyed it a lot more than I thought I was. The concept here is that the hero goes off and fights the baddie. He's extremely injured to where he's going to die. The great spirit that he's been relying on comes there and takes him to the spirit world where he lives there and recovers. But now that he's like half spirit... He can't leave the spirit world anymore, and he falls in love with the great spirit, and they get married. Technically, they become a relationship, and they have a kid. Now, the kid that they have, the daughter they end up birthing, is a reincarnator, and she has been gifted with like this cheat ability, which allows her to manipulate minerals, so she can literally create anything. She can create gold bars or whatever. The show starts, and her and her father are going into town. Somebody notices them, recognizes him, and they try to pull him back into his family feud that's currently happening, which is the king has wed off his daughter to the hero's brother, and she's destroying their domain, basically. So he begs him to come back there and get rid of this princess. And so they end up getting essentially dragged back into the human world. The crux of the story really seems to be around the prince himself trying to get a hold of the hero's daughter, the reincarnate, trying to get a hold of her in order to break a generational curse that the royal family has of not being able to speak to the spirits. So he wants to basically exploit her. So it's been good. I've actually been enjoying it a lot more than I thought I was, and it's mainly around the fact that I find the interactions between the mother, father, and daughter really great, because you have the daughter is, like, of course, a reincarnate, and she's really smart, and she knows damn well that she can manipulate the hell out of her father, because her father is massively a doting father. And so every 2 seconds, whenever she wants him to do something, she says, I'm going to hate you forever. And then he ends up having to do it. That joke, I know for some people probably get old very quickly. It works for me. Like, I find that hilarious. The other part of it is the fact that, you know, of course, the spirit and the hero are, like, madly in love as well. So you have that whole, like, constantly the two of them all over each other. It's just got this cute family dynamic while they're getting dragged into, you know, this deeper plot line about the kingdom. And the big evil prince. Not amazing. I won't claim that it's like anything like to high standards of like overall, but for this season it's been one of the better ones. Yeah. She was a Shotokan when she fell for him. He was pretty young. Was he like 5, I think? I think he was like 5 years old. But the whole idea there was that he was like the only person that was acknowledging the spirits, because everybody was stopping caring about the spirits, but he did. That's why she fell for him. And it's literally like he almost paints it as the only reason why she fell for him is that he actually cared about the spirits. Anyways. After my rambling about that show, thanks everybody for confirming the audio. I still don't think my audio is that great. I do want to get a new soundboard. Listening to myself, I hate it. Of course, there is a part that it's partly my own voice. My voice sucks. Unless I do an actual fake voice. I probably sound better if I just did a fake voice the entire time. He was like 5 when he reached out for the spirits. It's hilarious, yeah. The Dark History. Oh, damn, that was one I missed. I knew I missed a show. I meant to watch this. I meant to watch The Dark History of the Reincarnated. Has anybody watched this yet? Is it any good? I think her design's great, but I haven't got a chance to watch it yet. Put that down here. Tale of Wedding Rings. Tale of Wedding Rings. We're finally at the point of the story that Andrew dropped the manga. I was actually, well, the moment I seen it in the episode, I'm like, oh, yay, there it is. For those who don't know, way back with the first Crunchyroll manga. That's how far back. The original Crunchyroll manga app. I read Tales of Wedding Rings. And I dropped it. I was reading it. I got through so much of it. Almost finished it. But then I got to some certain part. And I finally just literally closed the app. And I'm like, I'm done. I'm done with this story. It is so damn repetitive. I'm sick of it. Moving on with my life. Episode 2 or 3. The scene where literally each of them take turns. They all pull numbers. And they each take turns with him in the bedroom. That segment was literally the point where I'm like, I am so tired of this. Like... I'm not doing this anymore. Like, there's only so many times you do this same stupid thing, and I finally have to say I'm done with it. It literally is Blue Balls, the animation. Blue Balls, the manga. It's literally that. And it keeps doing it over and over again. Oh, timed. They literally handed him, you need to do it. They literally came to the main character and said, you need to bang. It's literally his power is to do that. And they each take turns going in there, and each one of them gets turned down in some way. I'm like, I'm done. I'm done. So I'm literally at that point in the anime. So I'm like, wow, there's that point. It's trash. It's trash. I hate it. I absolutely hate the story. I hate everything about it. The pacing is schizophrenic, but enjoy. Yeah, that was the manga too. That was the manga too. So you technically you're onto something there. It's still an A. Yeah, if you just want TNA, it's perfect. Go for it. But again, I have a frustration there because even for just the TNA, it's so like it spends all its time trying to tease it that they're gonna do something. They don't do it. At lowest, a B. Dark History. Not its peak. I like it, but I'm not surprised if people don't like it. And yeah, again, it's a frustration for me. Okay, so if you don't care if you put it in A, no. Never really understood that if this was supposed to be ecchi or not. It's high. It's like dark fantasy ecchi, which is it's refreshing. And that was the original reason why I started reading it. I really did like the concept of harem. There's a reason for that. Now, it's not the first one to do it, but it's a harem for a reason. It's the harem power. Instead of power of friendship, it's power of waifus. And it's a good concept in general. Answer Genki. I really want to make a real manga, but can't afford it. Yeah, it does go in the. I mean, you could do a cutaway, and I wouldn't even be bothered by that. Even if it did like a cutaway, and you just assume they bang, that'd be fine. Does the rings provide stamina boost? I don't think so. Kenny's like this season. Wedding Rings is massage therapist. Yeah, it's like that one, the massage therapist. Technically, there's a bit of it in my friend's little sister. It's just more alluded to. There's tons of panty shots in Dusk. I think that's pretty much it, right? I mean, if you like wolf guys, if you like wolf guys, there's some doggy style going on with this show. We'll get to that in a minute. It's easy to compare it to Harem and Labyrinth and Another World, and even the plot on the suck more than satisfying to watch since MC. Yeah, technically with Harem and Labyrinth, they actually do it, like go with it. No, it's not labeled ecchi. I'm just mostly joking. Spy Family season 3. I've not gotten a chance to watch the new season. I watched the first episode, but I haven't gotten to Lloyd's story. I'm actually very interested in actually jumping into this season because of that, getting more heavier stuff. But I don't necessarily. I've never been a fan of Spy Family for heavier stuff. So I'm very curious how they'll handle that stuff, because what they have done, sprinkled here and there, hasn't really worked for me. So I'm very cautious of how they're going to handle that. Is this me or Spy Family fall off? I have not enjoyed Spy Family since like the first half of the first season. There's been some good points in it, but I haven't been a big fan of this series since like the very beginning. I don't think the author never said they don't like Spy Family. That's just kind of a clickbait thing people are jumping on. It's just a out of context quote. I just watch it for your. You're not getting much of it right now, are you? Gachiakta, I'm super behind on that one. I'm not going to even rate it right now. I will get caught up, though, because I have actually been enjoying it. I'm like 5 episodes behind, so I don't want to give my opinion on that right now. Sanda. This one's a weird one. This one's a massive weird one. So let's see if Andrew can do his quick synopsis of Sanda for the ones that are not aware. So Sanda essentially opens up with a guy named Sanda, and Sonda is being nearly killed by his classmate, eventually finds out that she's trying to remove a curse or a seal on a curse or something like that on him, which requires a few things to happen. One, that he has to give a present to somebody on a snowy day. They have to care for a child more than themselves, and they have to wear red. I think that's the 3. So she's trying to fulfill those 3 things, which the third one she basically does. The red part, she basically stabs him, which allows him to become Santa Claus. Come to find out, he is actually a descendant of Santa Claus. And in order to essentially transform, all those things have to be met. And so now he just transformed into this massive, bulking, muscly Santa Claus that's really old. And she's doing this in order to get him to fulfill a wish for her. That she had to find a classmate that has gone missing and deemed dead. And they end up running into another guy that he tries to manipulate them in a way in order to get him to help him restore Christmas to being a holiday, so their family's cake shop doesn't go out of business, because they used to sell cakes, and now that there's no Christmas, they don't sell cakes often, so he wants Christmas to come back. This is all within this school, this academy, in a world where birth rates have plummeted so much that children have been raised up as a protected class. And so they're within like a very comfortable environment where literally the teachers talk up to them because they're so protected. It's weird. It's weird. It's the Beastars author. Initially, I was pretty hooked on this show just because it was so bonkers. The idea of a society where like children can murder and get away with it because they're so protected, and that has sort of made them very selfish and not trusting of adults, and seeing adults as lower than them. But I will admit, like, going into episode 3, it started to lose me. Like, it's still weird, and I want to know more about the society and everything, but it feels like it's just kind of not doing anything. Like, it's set up a concept and a world, but it's like, do something with it, and it's not really doing anything besides staying in the school. Like, what are we doing? Are we trying to make Santa Claus find where this girl's at? What happened to the girl? I think my bigger question mark is why society got rid of Christmas, because they played out as if Christmas has been forgotten. Like, it's been erased from society. Why is Christmas dangerous? Why is Santa Claus, when he transformed into Santa Claus, why does he have sharp-bladed skis? Like, what is this world? But it doesn't do anything. It started getting into how if anybody lies to Sanda, mishaps happen around him, and that might be part of his power. What are we doing? It's weird. It's a weird show, weird world, weird characters. Science Satoru is doing some crazy art with it, which I really like to see as well. I just don't know what it's doing. Yeah, it's definitely a wait and see kind of thing. It's like, what are we doing? Hey Jeremy, how's it going? Anyways, I like it. I just needed to do something. I still like it like way more than all this stuff right here. I want it to do something. Yeah, I think the only thing that Science Satoru is not doing well right now is All You Need Is Kill. The more I see of All You Need Is Kill, the more I'm like, Science Satoru, you guys screwed that up bad. You guys screwed that up bad. I have no desire to watch All You Need Is Kill anymore. I mean, granted, when I seen the first stuff, I was kind of a little off-put. It just doesn't look like... It's looking more and more like a freaking romance. Yeah, I've read the novel, and I've read the manga. And I've watched Edge Tomorrow Tom Cruise one. I love all of them. The novel's obviously the best. What I'm getting from All You Need Is Kill with the new anime is that they're adapting the female's story from her past squad, question mark. And again, they're which it can't be, because the recent trailer has pegged other loopers, and that was not the case with the original story. So this is, that theory is out the window. I don't know what they're doing anymore. I'm gonna get in a rant. I'm gonna get in a rant. It looks like a dumb romance. It looks like they're gonna turn into a dumb romance, probably to make it as a film do better. Anyways. Mechanical Medi, the show about a guy who he's inheriting the family, and there's people that don't want him to do that, so they're sending assassins to kill him, mainly his brother. And this guy really doesn't like humans, like really doesn't like humans, although he does have a guy that hires Mary that he seems perfectly fine to be in a room with. He hates humans, and so they hire like this like very talented combatant assassin chick to essentially work as his maid, but they paint it as him being a robot, but her as a robot. So they present her and say she is actually a highly intelligent, advanced AI smart robot. And that works because she has always known her, she's always been known her entire life as having like the most stony expression, no emotions. Again, the like idea of her past, people seen that as her being like, you know, heartless and fake and disgusting because she has no expression. But yeah, it works for her in this situation because she doesn't respond really to much anything. Like they have a clock in the room that somebody planted to blow up to kill this guy. It doesn't even faze her because, you know, she's got that stony expression. Anyways, what it turns into after this is that she's constantly protecting him from different dangers. At the same time, he's explaining how he doesn't like humans and will never like humans, but he likes Mary because she's a robot. And eventually she becomes Doki Doki for him. It's alright. It's alright. People complain about the AR art. I mean, I understand why people knee-jerk reaction to that, because it does look like a typical style option in a lot of AI platforms. But yeah, I didn't really... I think we're getting to the point now where we're way too knee-jerk reaction about everything. Like, everything's gotta be AI. Like, oh, it's gotta be AI. It's not... Even if it's AI art, it doesn't matter. Again, it's like, it's engagement farming. I don't really care. I don't really care. I see no problem with it. I think that people are so starved for content right now with Fall that they're gonna find anything to really kind of jump on. It's all right. Like, it's not. It's like right there with mangaka. Like, there's shows that like I can throw on and be perfectly fine, but I'm not. They're not really great. There's literally no proof that they use AI. Like, it's definitely a typical AI style, but there's no proof that they used AI. It's just what people on social media are saying to get engagement. Yeah, if it was, it makes sense to the story of the show. That's... You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, there's literally no proof that that's AI besides a finger being off. But how many times have we had some controversy over fingers being off and people immediately thinking that it's AI? I mean, shoot, they had that... The hell, the trailer for that new Samurai... Shoot. Sekiro. Oh, so they used an AI detecting AI software to detect that it's AI, and it's 90%. Confirmed, I guess. Gotcha. I'm glad the AI detection proved it. It could be. I don't really care. It's just one freaking frame. Well, sorry, 3 frames. I don't really care. I guess in the end it's like that thing of like, I don't want AI to take over anime. Because every time I see AI films and AI videos and anything that people make AI, I get nothing from them. Like, I watch it and I go, I don't really feel like anything was there. I don't feel like somebody worked on it. I don't feel like this was something that somebody put work into that is present to me that has a value. I see value in watching something that somebody put effort into. Because I want to consume what they felt they wanted to portray. So I don't want anime to become AI. I don't want that inclusion. I don't want that being in there. But at the same time, I don't care. The fact that there's 5 frames in this freaking show that was potentially filtered with AI, they probably drew it, and there's some of them are the frames there. At most, they probably drew the frame, because they animate up to those points typically. And they took that frame and they put it through a filter to make it look like it's stylized a certain way. I don't care. I think that's like the least of my concerns, I guess. I don't know. Not that it's bad to point out. I don't think... I guess I just don't agree with the idea of you think it's AI because it looks similar to AI, and thus let's attack studio and anime and discredit everything else the show has done. I watched 3 episodes of Mechanical Mary, and 8 seconds of it was these single frames adding up total. That seems to be what nobody wants to talk about the show. They just want to talk about those possibly being AI. That seems weird, in my opinion. When I looked at it, I said, when I initially seen it, mind you, I thought about discussing it, but I didn't see enough there that said this is definitely AI. So why would with that in mind, why would I cover it? Why would I lambaste the studio when I don't even know if that's true? Because one finger's off. I used my AI on your AI, and it told me that I said it was true. That's sort of what I got a feeling there. There's nothing against you, brother Koa, by the way. It's sort of just my feeling in general with this particular issue with it. It's like there's nothing says it is, and I think I think there is sort of like 2 different camps. There's like people that are extremely accepting of AI, and they want like the balance and order of powers of businesses to come down, and they want to use AI to do that. They're upset about companies whenever they want AI to destroy a lot of companies they don't like. And then you have the side that's like, ooh, gross, AI is like super destructive of society, and it's going to ruin everybody, it's going to take everybody's jobs, and we're all screwed. I'm in the middle area where I don't really mind AI, and I think it has extremely good uses. Well, at the same time, I don't want everything to be AI, because I feel like AI is lifeless. Because this war is happening, people are overly sensitive to everything now. Every time that something looks like it may hiccup as AI, people are clamoring to jump on it. People are literally looking through anime and going frame by frame and looking for something that could possibly be AI so they can make a post about it. It's fine. I am not against AI being used to help artists and making the content much easier. It's like moving from pen to tablet, in my opinion. Yeah. I 100% agree. It's going to be utilized in there somehow. It's already being used. Let's be honest. It's already being used. It's everywhere. It's already being used. Honestly, the AI is done tastefully. It's something that I understand and will be extremely good. Most big corporations do not understand that part, sadly. Yeah, and I think a lot of them are clamoring to find the uses for it because it's going to be beneficial for them. These companies want this AI. They want AI translations. They want AI subtitles. They want AI dubbing. They want to be able to put in a prompt, make anime, and it make anime. They want to be able to stick that One Punch Man Season 2 into a filter and the AI processes it. Yeah, 100% will. People get way too emotional anymore, and sort of, again, like I said before, it's why I stayed away from most of the One Punch Man stuff. That's why I have fun. That's what we're here for. Welcome to the stream. I hope we're all having fun. It's all fun until AI gains actual sentience and begins to exterminate the human race. Did you watch that video of that guy, or that test that was done on the AI programs, talking about shutting down the AIs and seeing if the AI would actually try to kill them? That was actually a cool video, and I could totally see it. I could totally see it. AI blackmailing him and everything to try to get rid of the guy that was going to shut down the servers. That was good stuff. I'm like, we're there already. We're there. I don't think AI will ever gain sentience. I think it's always going to be something that will essentially... It will always be something that is given... It does what it's given. So in the end, it won't gain sentience. It will do what we have said we want to do. If that makes sense. If AI destroys mankind, shuts down servers, shuts down power plants, causes nuclear, nuclear meltdowns, activates things, it will be because we gave it access to it, which is the stupidest thing ever. A lot of that stuff should not be accessed by external forces, which I think a lot of them are. It will not be because it itself became its own sentience. It's because it's going to look at data that we have presented it, and it will fulfill that data. Because it's always taking whatever we give it. And now we have a problem where AI is feeding itself, which is a whole nother subject in itself. Would Nero think about what you're saying right now, Andrew? I love Nero. I love all AI. Sora is the king. Chitose. Chitose is in the Ramune bottle. I think this is probably one of the best shows of the season so far. I think this is one of the ones I've enjoyed the most. Concept of a guy that is seemingly loved by everybody. Very popular with the girls. Has his own little harem. His little harem of girls that all are like perfect in their own right. Seems everything's going for him. But at the same time, a lot of people are jealous of him. So a lot of people that are really nasty online. Some people in his class that kind of give him nasty looks. Obviously people jealous of his popularity. I've described it as this is sort of the... It's the harem show that starts after the harem has been established. Like you go through like the 15 episodes of him meeting each of the girls and winning them over. And then the 16th episode, they're all madly in love with him and they're all clamoring for his attention. And then the series starts. So far, Chitose has kind of become a... It's a story about a guy essentially fixing people's problems. And it seems to be a lot to do with how he resolves the issues, how people view him as a hero, and interestingly enough, getting into the fact that he doesn't really see himself as a hero, despite the fact that this is sort of his ideal self of wanting to solve problems and put himself somewhere. It kind of puts it really well one night when he's at home, and he kind of mentions the fact that he's like in his own corner of the world and he's trying to do his own part. Sort of as he sees it, sort of his duty as a human or a person within the world. Yeah, it's very snafu. Yeah, Hachiman better than Chitose. Yeah. It's funny because Hachiman is so like, Hachiman is like super pessimistic. Is that the word? Pessimistic? Like he's super down on himself. Whereas this guy's very seemingly outwardly confident in himself. So they're both doing the kind of the similar things where Snafu was like them having people come to them in this club and helping them with their problems. But their personalities are so different. If I can fully make a fully functional 2B, then I'm all for it. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Hachiman is a tool. He picked wrong. He picked wrong. Remember when Andrew was watching the trailer and wasn't expecting much? Yeah, the trailer and the synopsis are not great. He's perfect. He's perfect. He's perfect. He's perfect. I knew the girls were going to be cute, and they're definitely cute. They've got some really cute waifus so far. I think my biggest question mark I have right now really is I want to get into the girls, and I'm assuming eventually he's going to go through each one of them and explain why they like him so much. Like, let's get the reverse story where suddenly we're going to tell how he gets his harem. But they've alluded to it a little bit so far. But it's interesting. I like it. It's very much so. If I can give it one critique, it is very much so in the realm of one of those school kids that talk like they're adults. Like, these kids are all acting like they're, 25, but they're in high school. It's a very much so a bottom tier character Tomozaki, where the characters talk like they don't. The words are coming out of their mouth that sound way too philosophical. But it's been enjoyable so far. I've been enjoying it. I like the psyche of the characters and getting that stuff. I guess I really just like this kind of light novel adaptation. Like how it looks. It does look really good. How it feels and it's presented. This one's very much so gets in your heads. Feels real. Yeah. I like it. I've been doing coverage on a weekly basis of it. And it's got a lot to discuss with how he handles situations. Bullying. Confidence, anxieties, stuff like that. Yeah, Grisaya characters went through stuff though, right? Grisaya characters go through some stuff, right? They kind of grew up fast. What do you mean all high schoolers known for their great intellect? Reddit told me. Internet was a mistake. One dance. Hey, folks, y'all wanted One Punch Man to be done by Madhouse? One Dance. Let's talk about One Dance. I watched episode 3 last night. And my gosh. The CGI is so bad. Like they even have like this great moment where I'm like, oh, this could turn out to be a really great scene, and then suddenly it just gets way into the CGI, and I'm like, ugh. It's not Madhouse that's doing the CGI, I know, but they are technically, I would assume, probably through production, having them picked. The CGI is so bad. Anyways, that side. It's okay. So far, it's okay. I think the premise is solid. A guy with some sort of speech impediment. He has a stutter. Having a problem with speaking. Eventually meets a girl who, I think she purposely said this, tells him that dance is a way of sort of expressing yourself without words. And so he ends up joining the dance club with her, despite the fact that he's always had the feeling of wanting to not stand out from the crowd, always go the path that everybody wants you to go. Obviously, you're going to go into this new school, you're a tall guy. All the cool guys would go play basketball. Of course, you got to go play basketball. Despite being the type to stay in line, he decides to kind of put himself out there and go do something different, all for the sake of being able to express himself. And so he goes to dance club, and he starts to train with this girl, Wanda, and go to the club itself, eventually learn how to catch the rhythm, dance properly, get a little bit into his own fears and anxiety of going on stage, performing in front of other people, and all that kind of stuff. CGI side, I like it, and yeah, there's some bad CGI. It's bad. It's the faces and the details. Just not there. The faces look so dead. Now I want to see One Punch Man take over the same animation as One Dance if Madhouse gets One Punch Man again. But that's my point, right? If Madhouse took One Punch Man Season 3, if they were doing One Punch Man Season 3 right now, it would look like One Dance. 100%, no doubt, it would look like One Dance. People think Madhouse is the greatest studio of all time because they watch the art house, they watch the Friends, they watch the stuff that get a ton of budgets and 1-2 years to work on. One Dance is a production similar to One Punch Man Season 3. Same amount of time probably given to both of them. That's the quality you get. That's the budget you get. Anyways, I like it so far. I will admit that going into this episode 3, it's starting to kind of, it's getting its like its position where it wants to be, but at the same time it's starting to kind of lose me. Where it's so much about like the performances and getting way too much detail about the dance performances and how to dance, that kind of stuff. But it had a good start. It had a strong start that I'm hoping that it'll kind of pivot back to the good stuff about the characters and its struggles and stuff. Team clearly did a lot of work behind the scenes to get permissions for all those songs. Yes, Scatman. Dude, I was blown away when I heard Scatman pop up on that screen. Yes, for those who don't know, there's the context here. In the first episode, when he's at home, he's trying to do practices to get rid of his stutter. And he randomly just sits upright, turns on his computer, and clicks on a video, and it's the Scatman. And it's like is it 1995, I think? Like, it's a really old song. And the concept and the story logic behind it is that the Scatman song, I'm the Scatman, he has a stutter. The singer has a stutter. And he overcame it and made the song. And I think they even mentioned in the show that everybody in the music video for the Scatman all have stutters too. So it's like it's I never thought I would ever hear the Scatman in anime, let alone it have like logical story reasons for it being in the anime. It's a catchy tune, dude. It is a super catchy tune. But yeah, there's a lot of songs in there. There's a lot of licensed songs there, which is sort of like a, I will admit, sort of takes you out of the show, because every like at least like 3 times an episode, suddenly out of nowhere, there's like a little placement card that pops in the corner of the screen and says, "You're now listening to this track." Like randomly, the copyright stuff just flies up on the screen. This song by this person, yada yada. It's like your autoplay overlay just comes up on the screen while you're playing a video game or something. It's like, okay, yes, I get it, I know. Okay, get off the screen. Anyways. It's like C or B. Like C or B. I'm gonna put high C for now. I might bump it up to B later if I get too much stuff in C. It's literally like on this line, I think, for me. It's got a good start, but it's kind of falling off a little bit. I'll leave it in B for right now. B for me. A Wild Last Boss appears. I'm actually really liking this show, and I'm super surprised that it's working out the way it is. I would definitely put it up there as one of my favorites of the season right now. Do you want to put it in S? I'm gonna put it in A for right now, but I definitely think it's like gonna be in my top list. Wait, what anime had Scatman? One Dance. One Dance. The Wild West Boss Appears is about a guy who played a video game, and it's a Conquer-based MMO where you can claim lands and stuff. And so when they're fighting, they, claim territories and whatnot. And he basically rises up as the conqueror and takes over everything. But he feels it's too boring, so he decides to essentially work with some people behind the scenes offline to set up for them to betray him and take him down. And they do, and that's pretty much the game. Then he suddenly finds a cue or a message on his screen about wanting to join some experience or something like that, and he thinks it's the admins, and he clicks yes, and he gets dragged into the world. He gets summoned into the world of the video game that he was in. But it's like sometime in the future. So that's like the premise. So it's like a very much an overlord concept where you have characters dragged into the body of his conquering character. Now, the difference is that he's into the body of a female character that's the conqueror. 2, it's a little bit further into the future, and so it kind of turns into where he's reacquainting himself with the world itself, finding out what has changed in the world, if there's other humans in the world, and at the same time trying to rebuild his original army, or at least his commanders. The biggest funny, and I think the most interesting thing about it is within the second episode, they establish that humankind is screwed in this feature period. Because, yeah, they made the mistake by getting rid of him because he was actually a good conqueror. He did well. He stopped people that were bad. He stopped anybody that was, subjugating their people. He freed the people. He was a good leader. It's just the story they created was the heroes, overthrowing them. The heroes then went off to fight the Demon King and lost. And now the Demon King, no longer having to be afraid of the Conqueror, took over the lands. And so now he's in a world where the humans are screwed and they want the Conqueror back. That was kind of the funny little twist that they had in there, is that he goes to one of the heroes' lands they established, and there was books saying the heroes were the bad guys. And he's like, why are there books in a kingdom that is established by one of the heroes having books that saying the heroes were stupid for doing that? It's a funny concept. But I've been enjoying it a lot. It's got a lot of little twists and turns. It's got me thinking about a lot of stuff. I think the world building's been fantastic so far. A lot of the backstory of the characters and the heroes has all kind of played in well. I literally thought it was going to be another shit Isekai, but it's actually been very, very fascinating. Really good world building. My band doesn't see me. Yeah, I see you. Did I see something earlier? Is One Dance an album? Yeah, Otokonoko, the Otokonoko sheep. Aries, the Otokonoko. Not saying all the girls can't play games or anything, but I'm honestly getting confused why all these gaming shows have so many girls. I feel like gaming anime would be more grounded as men only. Which game ones? Yeah, the animation is solid. I think it's turned out to be very, very, very solid. I don't think I had any complaints with the animation. I mean, there is the CGI monsters. Let's make sure we acknowledge that part. There's the CGI monsters in the show, but besides the CGI armies, which is very, very akin to Overlord as well, putting that aside, everything else looks good. That aside, everything else looks good. Anyways. Yeah, really, really, really a big surprise for me. May I ask for one final thing? Another one that started really strong, but I feel like that very quickly kind of plateaued for me. It does have a hook. Last episode ended on a hook. I'm not too keen on it. Not really too keen on it. But we'll see what they do with it. The idea here is the villainous character that gets called out by the prince in front of the ballroom, but in this one, the villainess instead goes up there and asks if they can punch the crap out of everybody before proceeding to punch the crap out of literally everybody, including the new fiance. The whole idea here, and the first 2 episodes I think were really fantastic. It's the idea of the girl literally wanting to solve everything by punching them. She's always been that way, and it seems like she's caught the attention of the first prince, who really seems to find her amusing, and so it seems like she gets away with punching the crap out of everybody because they're all bad anyways. And that kind of shifts into her just trying to find out who's trying to kill her, and eventually revealing who's actually the puppeteer behind everything. It's like an high B, I think. I think high B for me. It wants to be an A. Yeah, I think it's high B. I think I'm comfy with high B. Andrew, watch out for the giant fist. Take measure or she'll find you and you're getting punched. She probably would punch me, yes. She seems like a person that you can easily agitate and then you get a fist to the face. That's the joke. Again, I think my only pause that I have really for the show right now is the ending of the last episode. As people know me, I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but if you know me, you know why. I've never been a fan of that whole thing, and I'm already kind of cringing at what they can end up doing with it, because I don't typically like how they handle that. With most every story that has that present in it, it turns out really cringy and annoying, and I'm not too... They haven't shown any signs in the writing that they're bad at handling a lot of these stories. So we'll see, but it's fun. She's a great main character. She's not as good as like what's her name? Gosh dang it. She's not as cool as Dorkness. She's not as cool as the Dorkness. Dorkness of level 99 villainess. But she's pretty close. She's pretty close. My Hero Academia, I think I've watched 1 episode so far. It's definitely good looking. It's good looking. It's good looking. It's very pretty. And yeah, Invisible Girl. We got to see Invisible Girl. It's good looking and it's got Invisible Girl. So I guess I watched 2 episodes, right? Because the first episode was All Might with the Batmobile machine armor, and I think the second episode was getting into had the Invisible Girl and people punching each other more. Where's the will be moved to a movie tier? It will be resold as a movie eventually, yes. I'm surprised they didn't start with a movie this time. They could have easily done a movie for this and then turned it into an anime later on. Anyways. Episode 3 was really good. I have not watched it yet. I already know what happens because literally X. It's like literally trending and spammed everywhere. Every single clip from the show is there. Past the monster meat. And I'm going to take a break after this one. Past the monster meat, my lady. I actually really, really like this show. And I'm surprised. Again, another one I'm surprised how much I enjoy it. I think it's up here in the A tier category. Opens up with a girl that is known as the voracious villainess, that she eats monster meat, which is seen as taboo. And I thought, honestly, when I first got in the show, that was going to be the quirk and that was going to be the joke, where you have for some reason, this this Duke guy, for some reason, falls in love with her, despite the fact that everybody thinks she's disgusting for eating monster meat. But it gets into so much more than that, and the idea that it goes into why she is cooking the monster meat, that she has a method of actually purifying it. There is a shortage of food. This is something that she's trying to overcome, or at least her mother was trying to overcome. And now this guy finds her value in what she's doing and the work that she's putting into it. And the fact that she accepts him, even though he's seen as sort of this nasty, Duke that is ill-mannered. The two of them are like two individuals that are like seen as nasty in society that are coming together to support each other. But I was actually pleasantly surprised as it went along how much more it's getting into the importance of what she's doing, and seemingly how society itself and potentially religion would reject what she's doing. So it became a lot more than just, oh, it's just a girl that likes to eat monster meat. Is she like, look, she's covered in blood, she's eating monster meat. Isn't that so? No, it's more than that. So I thought it was actually cool. But I'm enjoying it. Their chemistry is pretty solid so far. I think she's great as a main character. I'm enjoying it. So the list is in dungeon without the dungeon, pretty much, because then they still kill the monsters, still have to butcher them, cook them up. It doesn't spend too much time with like the whole foodie stuff though, and I think that's probably another reason why I enjoy it. It's not like, oh, let's sit here and watch the whole seasoning process and mixing it up and everything involved with it. It's not like super foodie stuff. Let me take a quick break. Stretch your legs, chat. Chat, stretch your legs. Where's my button for my way? I'll just do this. No, that's not what I want to do. Damn it! Everything's breaking. I'm just gonna hit this button a bunch. All my buttons are messed up. I have not used this in so long. Lazy doggo. Just didn't want to follow me. Just laying there. Just laying there. Alright, chat. Anime Andrew returns to the shoujo series. Is it considered shoujo? I don't think Monster Wants to Eat Me is shoujo, is it? I don't think it's shoujo. I mean, I'm the first person to like not really get into the shoujo debates because it's just a demographic and who really cares anymore. I hate the whole shoujo is it shoujo argument because it's literally just a demographic. That's like saying that's literally like saying everything in this list is technically shoujo because it's aiming for a shoujo audience. But anyways. No, it's Yuri. Well, shoujo could be Yuri. Again, it's a demographic where Yuri is a genre. You got into shoujo while I was away. Okay, I get you. Is Bloomin' to you? Is it shonen or is it seinen? Anyways, Monster Wants to Eat Me. The show is extremely depressing. The show is extremely depressing. I will admit, the first episode with this Monster Wants to Eat Me, I was pretty hooked. Concept of a girl who had a tragedy with her family when she was younger, lost her entire family, her brother and her father and mother. Only one that survives. She's living alone, and she's wanting to die. It gets it very clear right off the bat. This is a girl that feels very isolated. Still feels like she's down in the water with her family, dying, and thus doesn't really connect with people. But she does have one friend who is like super cute, and I love her to death. Miko, that's trying to constantly keep her happy. Then one day when she's feeling like she's drawn to the river's edge or the ocean's edge, she's almost dragged in, or she is dragged inside the ocean by a yokai that wants to eat her. And then another one, a mermaid, shows up and kills it and protects her and says that it wants to eat her. So this mermaid is saying that she'll eat her, which is great for her because she's like, yay, this mermaid's going to end my life like I want it to end. But the problem is the mermaid wants that meat to age finally. Wants her to get to a point where it'll taste the tastiest. She's very patient, and unlike the other unrefined yokai, she will wait until, you know, her meat is the tastiest. And it kind of turned this whole thing where in order to make it its tastiest, she doesn't want her to seek death. Like, wants to make her happy and show her things and get her out more in order to make that food tastier. Which is all kind of spelling to me that there's a possibility this mermaid doesn't really want to kill her, but in actuality wants to make her happy. I can see it going two different directions. The first direction is the mermaid is actually tied to her in the past and wants her to be happy and is playing it out as if she's wanting to consume her. And will instead make her happy and protect her. The other route that I see it going is that the mermaid wants to consume her and wants to make the meat tastier, but eventually will fall in love with her and not want her to die, or at least pities her for now, and then eventually likes her and wants to protect her. Those two directions I can see it going. That's all for me to say. The first episode was intriguing. I like the hook. I like the setting. I like the portrayal of isolation and what her depression that she's in. But after 3 question mark episodes of it, I'm starting to get bored. It's losing me already just because it doesn't. I get it. I guess is the best way to put it. Like, after 3 episodes, I get it. It's taking its time. I appreciate that, and I think that will play well for a binge watch of it. But on a weekly watch of it, I don't feel like I'm getting enough. Like, I feel like I need something to happen. Like, I get it. Girl's not in a good place, and I feel for her. But I need something. I need something. Manga's very good. The artwork is fantastic. the moment she actually wants to live. And that, I mean, that's what she's kind of implying with the recent episode, is that you don't taste good, and I need you to not be like in a state before I can eat you, kind of thing. Manga releases weekly or monthly, so I want to see what happens with the most recent plot developments. I won't tell you anything what you're theorizing, Andrew, though you need to see what episode 4 just gave. Was episode 4 the, was that today? Because I watched up until the end of the festival. Was there another episode after that? Anyways, I'm on board. I need something to happen. Episode 4 is today. All right. We shall see. We shall see. I'm just waiting for Miko to get attacked because yeah, that's right, because it ended on Miko seeing the presumably seeing the yokai, and that's always been my speculation, is that she was going to be like of a bloodline. Her name is Miko. Her name is literally Miko. What is a Miko, folks? What is a Miko? Shrine Maiden. Shrine Maidens typically fight yokai. I assumed it was going to turn to a thing where Shrine Maiden versus... Now, I also speculated the possibility of Miko being a yokai, but I don't know why. I don't know why she wouldn't be able to tell that. But I presumed it was going to be like a Miko versus mermaid thing. So, anyways, we'll see if that's what they reveal in this next episode. But yeah, Miko is kind of carrying it because the rest of the show is so depressive. It's so heavy for a reason. It's so heavy. It's kind of exhausting, and Miko's kind of like this one little ray of shine of light in it. Anyways, Yano-kun's Ordinary Days. Yano-kun's Ordinary Days. Yano-kun is like one of those shows where, like, it doesn't do anything wrong, but at the same time, it's not doing anything... It's not really doing anything. It's just like, here's the concept. Is girl suddenly... Her attention is suddenly drawn to a new classmate. I don't know if he's new. I think he's been there for a while. I forget. Drawn to a classmate that is prone to injury. This guy is just... He's cursed. Every 2 seconds, something's happening to him that's injuring him. And this apparently is something he's been dealing with his entire life. That just tragedy is always drawn to him. And so it's kind of made him isolated in the idea that he doesn't want people around him because they might end up injured as well. So his life has been basically stay away from people. And she's just finds him like that smile that wants to protect. So she's constantly wanting to do things to help him out. And that turns into her trying to pull him into an ordinary days. Giving him a normal, ordinary school life like he wishes to have. And so yeah, he keeps getting hurt, and she panics, and he gets hurt, and she panics. And she gets hurt, and she panics. It's cute. Not great, though. It's cute, just not great. It's B. B or C. Well, I just want to have a yaoi art style. That's my first thoughts. I didn't really get like a yaoi art style. It kind of reminds me a lot of Skip Beat. Not Skip Beat. What was that other one? The one that got another season here recently. One from PA Works. Reminds me of that show. It's easy A for me. Good characters, great direction, funny romance. I like it a lot. Yeah, it's cute. Yeah, Skip and Loafer. It reminds me of Skip and Loafers. Slofers. Skip and Loafer. Gotcha level 99999 unlimited gotcha. The show about the guy who leaves home to go to the big city to become an adventurer to help his family, and everybody's blessed with gifts. He's given the ability from the gods to roll unlimited gacha, but it always ends up being crap. The world's filled with discrimination, especially against the humans, because the humans are like seen as a lowly race. But this great little party comes out of nowhere and says, we're making a party of all races to get rid of discrimination, so join us. And he's so happy, and he joins with them, and they spend a lot of time together, and they, you know, show him how to blacksmith, and they do a bunch of stuff together until eventually they go to a dungeon, and deep in that dungeon, suddenly out of nowhere, they say, fine then, it's finally time. We can stop acting like we're his friends. He's so disgusting. Let's get rid of him. You know, they've decided that he doesn't have this potential genius power with his unlimited gacha, and they go to kill him. But then he slips on a teleportation circle that transfers him to the lowest part of this dungeon they're in, and that's where he claims that he wants to get his revenge against them because they're so mean and betrayed him. At which point he starts using the summon gacha to try to survive and manages to summon a level 99999 maid that looks just like Hestia because it's from JC Staff, who does Danmachi. So apparently it's not the same character designer, but pretty similar design, I'm sorry. Hestia maid shows up and beats the crap out of the monster and saves his life and says that she'll get his revenge for him. But he doesn't want that. Despite getting a level 99999 gacha OP character summon, he wants to train himself and get his revenge with his own hands. And then he proceeds to find out that his gacha is random, but it's based on the mana around him. So his gacha rates go higher the higher the mana density is. And since he was at the bottom of the abyss, he can summon ultra rare cards, basically. So he summons basically an entire nation down there of like OP characters and builds a nation and trains himself to go get his revenge. It's a very show for me so far. I hate kick from the hero party, betray from the hero party stories at this point. Not that he shouldn't exist. It's just I find that whenever the shows come up, I'm overly critical of the opening. Like, for example, this one. The idea here is that he's seen as a lowly human, but then he finds a party of people that claim they want to get rid of discrimination, so they're building this group. And he doesn't really trust them at first, but then it implies that he spends a long time with these individuals, going different places and doing different things together, all while the leadership of that party is trying to discover if his unlimited gacha ability is actually secretly insanely OP so they can control it. Once the organization discovers that it's garbage, you can get rid of him now, they inform the party to get rid of him. And so at that point, they would have gone down the dungeon with him to get rid of him. So they already knew before they went into the dungeon that they're going to get rid of him. But for some reason, the entire time in the dungeon, they're still acting like they're all buddy-buddy with him until they get to a certain point which they can go, okay, kill him now. Oh, God, I'm so done with this stupid act. It's like, why were you doing it all the way down there when you guys knew you were going to kill him? Like, even the elf chick was acting like she was going to marry him. It's so played up. It's so played up, and it's like, just open the show with him already dying and saying that happened. The rest of the show has been basically, here's his OP party, shenanigans happening between them. He did confront one of them, and I'm at the point now where I'm just waiting for him to actually kill somebody. Because they've played it up like he's going to kill somebody, and I've yet to see him actually kill anybody. Are they going to really make this into a follow-through revenge isekai, or not isekai, revenge story, or is it going to be constantly his party members are killing things, and he doesn't touch any of his old party members? It's not a D. I think it's like in the C area. Like, it's fine, but no, it's probably in the D area for me. It's like a C or D for me. The second episode was boring. Second episode was really boring. I'm gonna put in D. It looks okay. At least it looks okay. How else is 13-year-olds gonna be like, if I was him, I'd kill all the bad guys and get all the bitches? I'm just at this point now, like I said, if it doesn't kill at least one of the people, I'm gonna trash it. It's so playing it up that he's going to kill somebody, and it seems like he refuses to kill anybody. I think the idea they're probably going with is the idea of making people suffer in his new rang. But I still don't get why, like, every single one of his summons are massively killing everybody, and he won't just take down the one thing he said he was going to kill. He literally said he's going to kill them, and he's not killing them. I would be shocked if he kills, like, the female characters in the old party. I don't think it will. I'm convinced it doesn't have the balls to actually have him kill somebody. We'll see, though. Star Wars Vision has not aired yet. I think it's airing, like, this week, question mark. Manga's okay with the OP. Yeah, the main character came OP way too quick. Killing the female characters? No cute girls can die. No. Right? I haven't seen Cat's Eye. I think they kind of split up the releases of it, and I haven't really kept track of it. Shabake... It should work for me. Shabake should work for me. Shabake should work for me as a concept. But I couldn't. It's like it's so boring. It is so boring. Like it's this guy that is like the next in this family line to take over their pharmaceutical company or place, and he's like extremely frail and like dying all the time, like constantly getting sick and dying. So they're like keeping him locked up, but then it has like this whole mixture of having in all the, you know, different spirits and whatnot that they can talk to and bring in and help him out. And he's constantly wanting to get out of the house, but everybody's constantly doting over him and keeping him from getting out of the house. It's like, it has been really boring. Like it's just the writing. Like I think it has a decent concept, but it's just the interactions and conversations. It's boring. It's super boring. Revenge stories are the best whenever they don't pretend. Right. Follow through. In some ways, I believe Rido Hero did the bit right. Maybe not tasteful, but at least it knew what it was. Yeah. Commit to it. Commit to it. I agree. Nausea. Yeah, he said he wanted to do it, not the summons. That's what I mean. He built himself up, but it's like, I won't believe it until he actually does something. And he still hasn't done anything besides flaunt his stuff in front of one of them. Nausea, I have been really, really liking. And I'm happy that it's turning out as good as it is. This is definitely like one of the most fun shows to watch on a weekly basis. Because I think there's such a question mark after every single episode of what they can do next with it. For those who don't know, concept is... S for sus. The concept of nausea is guy wakes up from like some sort of like restoration sleep, and he's lost all of his memories, and he's introduced into the spaceship that he's actually within, which apparently is not able to land in the solar system it's going to, and that's because at some point it got attacked by an alien force known as the Gnos. And the Gnos are like this alien that, when in contact with humans, can infect them and make them into a nausea, which is an enemy to mankind. And so they have to figure out who in the spaceship became a Gnosia, and how they're doing that is they going through this process where they'll try to figure out each other, like conversations, and eventually go to a vote, and whoever they believe is the Gnosia will be put into cryosleep. And after that cryosleep happens,
the ship can then retest the ship to see if the Gnosia is gone, and if the present's still there, it continues the process. So it comes down to, you have to figure out who it is by the time you get down to only 2 people left, because that's the point at which the Gnosia is going to kill the one remaining human. So our main character goes through that process, picks the wrong person in the end, ends up dead. But before then, he got a cube from somebody that allows him to escape, to transcend death. And that allows him to basically reset back to the point where he woke up, and then he can go that process again and try to figure out who it is. And it doesn't seem to remain the same person every time. So it's kind of it's a whodunit situation. But I have actually found it really interesting because even though it does seem obvious so far, the picks have been obvious. It's been fun to figure out what the Gnosia is going to do or what people are going to pick with each vote. That stuff's been a lot of fun. It's a lot of what will happen around the next corner kind of situation that it's been pretty fascinating. Yeah, Subaru. No, this guy doesn't pose and stuff like Subaru. He's very Shota. He's very Shota. Gnose. The Gnose is... I was always debating on what I was going to call it in my videos. The Japanese definitely saying "gu," because that's Japanese. They like to put "is" at the end of certain things. Gnosia. I've always known as nausea. The silent G. How does it compare to Astro Lost in Space? I love Astro Lost in Space, by the way. Astro Lost in Space didn't really like... This one feels very much so like trial every single episode. It's very Danganronpa. Every single episode is a lot of trials between the individuals and who's going to be the pick. Trying to read each other and stuff like that. Astro Lost in Space wasn't that. Astro Lost in Space was very much so trying to get back home and surviving and stuff like that. There was an element there of a saboteur, but wasn't really... This is much more focused on that trial aspect. This one's much more Danganronpa, which is just without the games. There's no like games they're playing. They're just building up to the votes and trying to figure each other out. I would say it's more... It's very... I mean, the jokes aside, it's very much so like... it's very much so like Among Us. Just without, you know, dorks in chat together. Without all the Discord dorks. Actual stakes being there. But yeah, it was based on a game that's doing very well on Steam, so I'm very positive of it. I'm very positive of it. Yeah, I really liked Astro Lost in Space. Really liked it. I wish I could pose IRL, but everyone just stares at you whenever that happens. Then I say, why can't you be normal? What? Anyways, it's up there for, like, again, my favorite of the season. Again, not an S tier for overall anime in the history of mankind, just S tier of the season. I really like it. Really enjoying it. Definitely one that I'm looking forward to every single week. Looking forward to it. My Awkward Senpai. It's cute. Another one that's really cute. Guy starts to work with this, his senpai at his new job. And she's very anxious about him. Or at least, she's the type that when she walks into the room, she looks like she has it all together. She's a hard ass. She's a hard worker. A lot of her coworkers don't like her. And then she's presented with having a new kohai. And even though she has that outward appearance that she's got it all together, inside she's like, oh, crap. I'm not ready for this. I don't have the confidence for it. She's just she lacks confidence inside. And so it's her being flustered constantly as her new kohai is, you know, working under her. Then over time, he gets to finally see the real side of her that nobody else sees, which is that she's trying really hard. He runs into a Post-it note that she made. That's her trying to smile and greet him properly. It's cute. It's definitely a workplace environment, romance blossoming type of story that I think is doing decently well. My award senpai. She is definitely an award. No, I love her. I think she's definitely waifu material. The quality of the show is not great. Like I don't think any two shots has her in the same design, which is kind of unfortunate. Seemed like a decently budget show, but it's got cute moments. I think it's in like a B area. It's like the B area. Not great. Wrong one half. First episode was okay. Second episode was peak because we got shampoo. I love my shampoo. And shampoo, we got to see shampoo in all of her gloriness, in with nothing to cover up that gloriness. But no, I love my Roma. I'm not gonna say like it's S tier. Like I really enjoy Roma. It's probably in the area for me. I'm always a massive fan of Ranma. I really do like their new remake. Getting more shampoo has been awesome because season 1 didn't get barely any shampoo, but season 2 it feels like we're finally starting to get it into shampoo. Another remake of the season. We're starting to run out of some really good ones to remake. If we get, again, Ghost in the Shell next season, and eventually Akira, whenever Sunrise wants to do Akira like they claim they were going to do, we're going to start running out of really good old classics to remake. I hope they do Mason Kikaku. Mason Kikaku, am I saying that right? Mason Ikaku? Kikaku? Mason Ikaku, isn't it? Yeah, Ikaku, okay. I got it right. I really hope they do Mason Ikaku next. That one needs to happen. That would be... I don't know if that would age well, but it's technically one of the classics that should be remade. I mean, if they did freaking Fruit Basket, they can do that one. No way Gnosia is better than Ranma. The first episode of Ranma season 2 is eh. That's the only reason why it's not doing well. First episode was pretty meh. Plus, there's also an element where Ranma is still technically a remake, so it doesn't have as much hype for me. I do acknowledge that it is still a story we've already read. I have already watched before. I still acknowledge that it is a story I have watched before. One Punch Man is S tier. I'm glad you're enjoying it. They're going to start remaking low-budget 2010s anime. I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, they've already kind of pulled forward a lot of old shows that never got finished. I mean, we got Spice and Wolf. They got more into Devil's a Part-Timer. I'm still waiting for them to... What was one I was thinking about the other day? It was a show I was thinking about the other day that they need to bring back. I mean, I'm still waiting for an Origami to come back, but that's not that old. Haibanareme remake would be great. I would love a Haibanareme remake. That would be amazing, because that was like, I think if I remember correctly, back in like Digipaint days, where it's like it didn't upscale well. Like it's like just post film, so the quality of upscale sucks for the shows. Skip Beat needs a remake. Claymore would be another great remake. I'd like a remake of Gunslinger Girls. That would be good too. Issue I have with remakes is like, will they start doing remakes or what? Like, when does it stop? It's only gonna stop when there's nothing that can be added to it, I think. Because the good thing about remakes really is especially with the quality increase, because there's a lot of older stuff that doesn't really hold up well visually and pace-wise. And sometimes doing the remakes does help out a lot. Like, I would love a remake of, like, the OG Gundam. The 79 Gundam, I would love a remake of that. I was hoping they would do that when they got done with Origin, because Origins leads into the beginning of Gundam. And I would have loved them to continue with that style and go forward, because Gundam is just like the OG one. Pacing sucks. Like, as much as I love the original Gundam, the pacing sucks these days. I've already done several videos, or me and Chris on the podcast have talked about remakes several times. I think I even made a video on that as well. And it hasn't really changed since then, so. Yeah, I still appreciate OG Gundam, but after watching Mobile Suit Gundam, after watching Origin, are you telling me that you wouldn't love the original series redone by that? like Gundam Origin was freaking incredible. You telling me you don't want 79 redone that way? That style and everything? Grieving Soul retires. At least it's keeping focus on him and the crew more than the first season's later part, but it needs I still need a little bit more for Grieving Soul to come back into my heart. I think it had a good solid start the first season. Later parts of the first season sucked. This start of this season, we're getting back to the old crew. We're getting into the Grieving Souls and not everybody else. So as long as I can keep that, it'll reclaim my heart. Stick with, Liz and Tino, Thighs, all that kind of stuff, and we're good. Do I not want a remake of Utena because they will miss the point and cut so much? Yeah. I mean, it would have to be done by him, right? Like, if anybody else touches it, they'll ruin it. But I'm not like a massive fan of his writing though, so I'm not the person to ask for that. I am the last person to ask what they should do with his works, like Utena and Penguin Drum and all that kind of stuff. Of course, didn't they have a remake of Penguin Drum recently, or was that a side story thing, or was it a compilation? Anyways, Shoujo Thirsty Dog Show, the furry show. With you, our love will make it through it. It's good. It's good. It's super thirsty, but it's good. You have to be very okay with very thirsty doggo stuff to like this show. Not that I'm into that, but that is technically something that is definitely a roadblock. Will you become a furry by watching this? I have not become a furry yet, and I've watched 2 episodes of it, so that's all I can really tell you. If I will end up being a furry by the end of the show, you will have to wait and see. If suddenly I change all my avatars and stuff to furries, by the end of the season, you'll know not to watch the show. But so far, I'm good. So far, I do have my limitations on what I accept as being cute cat girls. But no, the concept of this one is sometime in the past, there was experiments done on people, and they made doggo people, animal people in general. And the government has pretty much sealed those people off inside of like a protected zone. And there's like 3,000 beast people in this world, beast folk. And they're like confined here, but then they can get approval to come out of that facility and mingle amongst the humans, and it requires like a government screening process. But this girl going to school ends up bumping into a doggo guy, and it's actually a classmate of hers, and he was one of these individuals that got approval from the government and is now studying in a human school. And it kind of turns this whole thing where she's kind of flustered by him and his presence, and eventually she sees all the bullying that's happening to him because he's a doggo person. And eventually the two of them get locked inside of a closet together where he divulges to her that he has dreams of becoming a doctor because the facility the location they're confined in doesn't have a hospital. And so they have to treat themselves. And so he wants to create a hospital in there. And all this bullying and stuff is distracting too much, and that he's going to have to eventually probably give up. And that upsets her because she knows that he's very passionate about this, and this is his dream that he has, but people are getting away with it. But then she slips and falls. He falls on top of her, or catches her, and he smells something very sweet in her, and he gets super hot and bothered. until eventually he starts licking her on the neck and stuff and grabbing her and pinning her down. And then he starts to bite his own arm to stop himself. Cut the next episode, there's like this desire between her, doggo guy, and another classmate to work together. And that's not going to happen with the bullying happening. So they're going to try to work together in order to have a normal life. The thing is that the doggo guy does not want to be around her anymore because he can't control himself. Their bestial nature, when they go into heat, basically, they can't control themselves. Now, he's half doggo. One of his parents was actually human. So he should be able to control himself. But for some reason, when he's around her, the sweet smell of her is overcoming that, and his primal instincts is coming out. He can't control himself. So now they're trying to figure out if he can be around her and try to get over that weakness. And so their classmate locks the two of them in his bedroom so that they can try it. At which point, yes, once again, her sweet smell sets off his internal instincts, and he starts licking her up and throws her belly side down, and yes, in the style of the dog, before finally getting in control of himself after she pushes him away. So it's very thirsty. It is a very, very thirsty. That's it. Heavenly, I'm done. We're good. That's the story. That's all. Yes, you did need to know this. This is very important lore to feel. I can't rate the show unless you know what's in it. I have to give you the synopsis. Let me talk about its biggest weakness. The studio. I know it's not furry doggy style, nothing like that. That's not even the weakest part. The weakest part is the studio. Emil Pinzi, right? I hate this studio. This studio is the worst. The studio is the worst. Now, this is easily probably the better of what the studio has done, but the studio is like, it's sliding stills. Like, most of the show is either sliding stills or stills that are, like, way too close up. Like if they drew this panel. So the artist, they drew this panel. Here is the shot of the characters right here. Here's the panel. This is the scene. What the anime will do is they'll zoom into her right eye and maybe a little bit of her ear. That'll be the shot. Sometimes they'll take this shot and they'll slide down to make it look like something's happening. So it's basically a show. I need a better representation of the actual perspective here. The show is literally just kind of, close-in shots of people's faces or sliding across faces to make it look like something's happening. This is literally the show the entire time. It cannot show you what's happening in a scene. They did that back with Spider So What, and I hate it there. Spider So What, when it wasn't CGI, was given the illusion of animation by extreme close-ups and panning those close-ups constantly. And that's the show. It's literally just Ken Burns effect the anime. I'm gonna start calling the studio Ken's Burn Studio. It's Ken Burns Studio. Better animation than at least One Punch Man has some animation in it. This one doesn't really have animation in it. It's mostly just still pans. Emoto Paradise, the animation. Spider animation was an abomination. Aoyuki carried it. Anyways, that aside, the studio's sucking, and that being the president here It's got good style to it. The story, I'm okay with it so far. I do... There's a side of me that wants to know if it's more than just thirst. If it's thirst, it's fine. Like, if this is what somebody wants is the doggo guy that is extremely forceful upon the girl and the girl likes it. If that's the concept they're going for in the end, I probably won't care much for it in the end. And, again, all the power to people that want that. Women can be thirsty, too. It's fine. I'm curious if the plot lines around discrimination, his dreams and desires for what he wants in his future, how his primal instincts might actually bring that to a halt, if that stuff will even be present at all. Because those are good storylines. I just don't know if that's... I don't know if what I'm perceiving might be the direction an interesting story can go into will be its focus, or if it will just be him nearly banging her every 2 seconds and her seemingly being okay with it. I don't know. Low B, high C, probably. We'll see. We'll see. I'm just not comfortable with it in the way the anime seems to be romanticizing SA. And see, I get that, but I don't. Like, when I watch that show, I don't think SA. I think a guy with primal instincts that he's trying to overcome and her trying to help with it. I don't see... It is SA, but it's not in the definition that we typically use it. Because it is it's an instinct that is a plot device. I don't find it romanticized because it's not real. Because it's a dog guy with a primal instinct within him, I don't find it the same thing, and thus it doesn't offend me. Because I know that it's fiction, essentially. If that makes sense. But yes, women like that stuff. Women love that stuff. If you've ever been to a bookstore, you've seen sections that are very, very thirsty. Very thirsty. This is how I defend Mushoku Tensei for real, for real. Alma-chan wants to have a family. This was a cute one. I find this one to be extremely cute. The show about the robot Dotaru. The robot Dotaru that wants a family, and the two dysfunctional scientists that created her discovering Doki Dokis. It's super cute. I really, really like it. I think it's like a high B for me. Like, I think I find every single episode pretty enjoyable. It's not the greatest looking show, but it's got a charm about it. The designs are cute. All the characters are fun. You got the... She literally looks like Yuri. Is it the same Seiyu as Your Forger, I think? It's SA romanticized because that's what the Fengoomers want. Come on, it's their audience. Yeah, it's fine. But again, it's fiction. Like, there's literally, like, offensive stuff in every single one of these shows we put up here. I can go through it. I can literally go through every single one of these shows and find something that is actually offensive, but it's still fiction. Anyways, yeah, the Dotaru show, I find every one of them enjoyable because the female has got the girl and the I can't remember the names. The female scientist is like, she's the one that creates the robotics. And she's obviously, like, madly in love with the guy. I mean, they're both in love with each other. She's trying very hard in order to kind of show it to him and learn how to cook and everything and prove herself to him. The guy is the one that does all the AI and everything like that. And I like a lot of the interesting things that he say. I'm put this right. There's thoughtful conversations that are happening between the characters as everything goes through. I like when they first go to sleep and they're having trouble going to sleep, and Alma doesn't really understand the concept of going to sleep, And so he describes it as like how humans sort of defragment themselves, their memories and whatnot, in order to, you know, cool off from the day. There's little thoughtful things that are thrown in here and there. I guess that's where I'm getting at. It's got the cuteness there, but there's also like a lot of thoughtful personal reflection that's kind of thrown in there, which are basically humans trying to describe to a robot why things happen. So when she fails a mission, she's supposed to get a popsicle. She fails a mission. It's sort of turning it into a, you know, successes always come from the steps of failure, that kind of stuff. So there's thoughtfulness put in there as well. There's messages that are put in there as well. So it's not just like simply just cute Dotaru robot, which it definitely is. It actually has self-reflection in there that's actually kind of nice. So, nice. Yeah, true. I don't hate femgooners. I just find it surprising that they call me out for justifying their own BS. Yeah. This has been around for a long time, right? Has been around for a long time, right? Nasty, perverted men and their nasty harem shows. Disgusting shows. And then this one. Don't look at that one. That is a hypocrisy that is old as time. It's really just a question of personal taste. Yeah, I need to find myself a girlfriend in robotics too. We'll make a Dotaru together. It's cute though. Alma's super adorable. Alma's super adorable. I love the whole like the friend at school. Her meeting the girl that was looking for the dogs. That was super cute. Yeah, it's like what is one of the most biggest grossing apps out there right now? What is one of the when everybody like says gross, look at Snowbreak or something like that. What is the most like profitable gacha game right now? Love and Deep Space. Love and Deep Space. Get off of it. Whenever somebody says you guys and your gooner gacha games, tell them Love and Deep Space. Not that guys can't like Love and Deep Space. Just like girls can like Snowbreak. Little Miss Vampires can't suck right. Little Vampires Chans can't suck properly. The show about the vampire that sucks at sucking. It's a personal. It's a personal. I'm not going to say this show is amazing. I'm not going to try to sell you on some incredible writing. I'm not even going to say it is the greatest anime of all time. But I'm going to put it in S tier because she's the cutest freaking thing ever. I love Vampire Chans. I love her shitty way of sucking blood. I want her to train on my arm because she's that freaking cute. She's a little gremlin. She's flawed as hell, and I love it. And they've already kind of set it up to hopefully seemingly being similar to Interview with Monster Girls, where they're going to possibly have different ladies, different monster girls, or guys. I guess they could have guys in there too. They'll have their own problems. But I've really enjoyed it. I was actually surprised that they actually got into the guy as well and his insecurities of his inability to really hang out with people and communicate to people. So he kind of helped her out, get out of her comfort zone, and then she kind of helps him get out of his comfort zone. Yes, Mutsuki can't suck right. Yes, that's exactly it. Can't suck sensei right? Oh my gosh. I missed the last part. Damn you. Thanks for making me read that. Never met a guy who loves Love and Deep Space. A lot of people I think that I've seen that like Love and Deep Space, they're trying to get with girls that like it. They're trying to get with the girls that like it. I've seen people say the story's supposed to be really great, but I think most of them are trying to get in for the girls. Just saying. Just saying. Just like girls get into MMOs to get with the guys, right? Right? They don't actually care about MMOs. They just want to hang out with guys, right? I can understand cuteness gives a grade or two. I think the expressiveness of the character so far has been fantastic. like I said before, I was surprised they did as much as they did with the male character and his insecurities around people. But I think a lot of my enjoyment, of course, has been with Luna. The idea of this girl who, like, overly presents herself as being, like, the ideal vampire. She reads, like, manga that shows her this ideal vampire that she has to imitate. And she wants to be cool because that's the expectation that everybody has. And I assumed from the very beginning that it was going to be one of those cases where eventually she realized that she can kind of bring down that wall and show everybody her cute side, which everybody equally loves. But just seeing her go out there, give her courage, her present herself as the goofball that she is, the cute self that she is, and people accepting it was really great. But yes, also having a bunch of chip crumbs all over her mouth and slobbering it all over his arm and caught in the act. She's a dork. I love her. Just like when guys say they play Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is supposed to be really good, isn't it? They're trying to love that deep space. Honestly, Grand Blue is the best of both. Amazing guys. Dude, Grand Blue has god tier designs, dude. Grand Blue has god tier designs, like, just in general. Baldur's Gate is amazing. There's one person right there. What, the fan art? There's one person right there, right, Will? Right, Will? I'm joking. I'm joking. She's want to be cool vampire like her manga, but she's actually another manga like chibi vampire. Exactly. She's chibi vampire. Except for chibi vampire, she produces blood, so it's kind of different. Star Brighter Than the Sun. I didn't even see this one anywhere, so I have not watched it. I've heard that it's got, like, insane freaking lens flares all over the place and reflective lights, so I'm probably not going to watch it because I hate that crap. But, yeah, there's that. My status as an assassin is obviously higher than that of the hero that was summoned along with me in another world with my smartphone. I don't know. My status as an assassin. This was honestly one of the last shows that I've watched of this season so far. And it's because I really wasn't thinking I was going to watch it. I watched it. First of all, the art style is great. I do like the art style. I watched it, and I was impressed. I was impressed early on. It opens up with the idea of this guy sort of being the background character of his class. Nobody even knows that he's really there. People interact with him, ask him about, like, isekai novels and stuff. But at some point, his classroom gets isekai'd. And they're before the king and the guards and everybody like that. And they say, hey, heroes from another world, please save us from the evil demon king, yada, yada, yada. And then they're both all supposed to come forward and put their hand on this orb, and it's supposed to show their class and everything. And he finds out really quickly, our main character finds out really quickly, as he brings up his status screen before he even walks forward, which apparently the orb allows everybody to see what their class is. They're all able to open up their status screen and see what they currently are. And as he's waiting for his turn, he notices that his class is assassin, but his stats are, like, higher than the guy that gets classed hero. Like, his stats are really high. And he feels like he might be an anomaly, and he's not really quite sure about the situation, so he decides to conceal his presence and hide away. Anyways, cut forward. The class is going around. They're getting trained and everything, getting ready to go off and fight and protect the land. And he starts to kind of stealth around and try to figure out what's going on. So far, I'm like, it's kind of average. You've seen this a lot. But I'm liking it so far. It seems like a decent setup. I can see where things are going. I already know that the princess standing next to the king is obviously puppeteering everything because her eyes are dead. The king is obsessed with the idea of fighting something, even though he really shouldn't be. It seems like obviously somebody's puppeteering everybody. The hero suddenly, the student that's supposed to be the hero, suddenly he's like gung-ho about going and helping the kingdom out. I'm like, okay, he's being manipulated. I already see everything. I already see literally where everything's going. Eventually he's going to be betrayed and they're going to think that he's a murderer. This guy that's helping him out is super nice. One of the generals is super nice. He's helping training him. He's going to probably die. Everything does play out like that. Like, everything plays out like I assume it's going to play out. But it kind of works. Like, it was working. It was fine. Then, was the second episode? The moment they go to the dungeon. Suddenly it fell apart for me. And it never recovered. The pacing jumped off a freaking cliff and plummeted to its death. I don't know what the hell happened there. I almost feel like they had the series composition was wrote out. They had all the storyboards wrote out. And somebody like grabbed segments in certain area, pinched them out, and threw them in the blender. Like, it just starts jumping and jumping. Suddenly he has the ability to summon these tentacles that come out of the ground and stab things and chop them up. And then they cut over and suddenly, oh, the guy's dead. Oh, by the way, there's these gems that are controlling everybody. Gotta slice one of them up. But no, she has a whole closet full of them and all the classmates are all summoned. But he's gonna run away because he got called out. Oh yeah, by the way, the rest of the classmates, they're no longer mind controlled either because apparently the guy, one of the members, he got a katana, which is supposed to be very rare. He somehow got a katana, and apparently he went to the princess's room and cut up the other one, so they're all fine. They're able to get out from underneath her control, but they're gonna go travel because they gotta figure out if it's okay to take out the demon. Slow down! Slow down! Like, you were so good. You had me. I was fine with this. It's not too edge boy because he's actually... Even though he's an assassin, he doesn't really want to kill anybody. Like, the main character seems very, very level-headed. I like how level-headed the main character. He's not edge boy. He could be edge boy. He's level-headed. He thinks things through. He thinks logically. But what are we doing with the writing? Like, we're skipping volumes. It feels like we're skipping volumes. Or at least entire chapters. So it's kind of one of those ones where, like, I think it looks good. It's got a good premise. It's not doing anything bad. But the adaptation sucks. So I'm like... It's one of those ones where I'm actually more tempted to read it. Like, I'm almost tempted to just stop, watch it, and go read it. If I was an OP protagonist, I would be an edge boy. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I probably would be too, but I don't want to watch somebody be an edge boy. I would probably be an edge boy, but I don't want to watch somebody be an edge boy. It's good, and I enjoy it, but I can't recommend it because of how seemingly botched the adaptation is. Like, it almost feels like you're a disservice to the story by watching it. I'm going to put it in low B. I'm going to knock her down here. Low B and knock her down there. B's getting too cluttered, so I'm going to start knocking stuff down. We're going to start knocking stuff down into C category. I just moved down Awkward Senpai, and with you, our level make it down to C, because it's getting too cluttered in B. It already went through 12 chapters, and that's, what, 3 episodes? Yeah, that's rough. Depending on how long the chapters are, that's rough. Is that like a volume? Is that a full volume? That's rough. Ninjas vs. Gakudo, I have not watched. I don't even know where it's at. Is it on Amazon? Was that Disney? No, you love Unlimited Gacha? That's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. My placement does not mean to be your placement. It's just my placement. 2.5 volumes of the manga were adapted. Well, manga's harder to kind of judge. I thought you were talking like light novel. Because I've seen a lot of shows where an episode can be like half to a full volume of a manga. It always depends, of course, like how many panels are action, how much of it's talking, yada yada yada. Pacing of manga is not equal to pacing of anime. It got awkward and now it bumped down talk about rough. We got the show that knocked down awkward senpai. Anyways, touring after the apocalypse. It's like a sugary show. I don't really want to play it up at all. Like it's like it's a Eurocamp travels type of show that I actually enjoy because it's less about like advertisement for locations, because technically they're all like post-apocalyptic. Kino's last tour. If you take the part of the motorcycle from Kino, that's about it. That's all I can give you. Like, there's really nothing else Kino from that. It's very Girls' Last Tour, but like Eurocamp, because it's very soft and not sci-fi like Last Tour is. Yeah, Eurocamp and the Girls' Last Tour, I would say. I enjoy it so far. It's girls traveling around the world after the apocalypse. She was apparently locked up inside of this like facility to protect her from the hazards of the apocalypse. But the oddity here is that how much time had to have passed, she cannot be the age that she is. And she keeps seeing visions of her going to places with her sister before the apocalypse. So I'm assuming that she might be a robot or something reborn. Maybe a test tube baby with her memories planted into it. There's like there's an intriguing question mark as to her origins as she's traveling around the world with a robot that can shoot plasma cannons out of its arm. I really enjoy it. It's fun. It's fluffy. I like checking the world of the apocalypse when the world itself is regrown. Maybe Cryo. Potentially, it depends on how long it took before she woke up, because the sister is older and she's training her on a daily basis, helping her with her studies remotely as she's in the facility. It didn't really imply how long she was down there. But in the opening scenes, it does show an older lady traveling around with her sister. I'm assuming it's her, and she looks much older in the opening scene of the first episode. So that's where my theory is going, is that she's got to be like, either that person died and her memories were planted into a new body, or, again, cloned. How the sister has the technology to clone people, I don't know. Her big sister that travels around the world, you know, on her bike. She's apparently some like mad scientist with cloning technology. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, you have a Renge right here that's got a plasma cannon for an arm. Why can't we have cloning or transplanting of memories? The difference about the flashes to the sister, where they were much different in the manga. Really? Interesting. Like in a bad way? Like good or bad way? Like you don't have to elaborate, but good or bad way? I randomly, for no particular reason, started to think about Orimo. Will you pervert? I'm gonna go with another B. I'm gonna go another B. It's been solid. Hands off, Sowaranade, Kotatashi-kun. The show about a massage therapist that goes and lives at a dorm full of hot girls that all are in sports and need physical therapy to keep at their best game, and they all either hate his guts or want to trap him by throwing themselves upon him. Here's the reverse of we were talking earlier. We were literally talking earlier about the essay in this one. With you, our love will make it. It romanticizes SA. This one makes it funny. So again, we're across the board. It all has it, right? We all have it, right? We're all gonna accept it, right? Literally, for like an entire episode, you have one of the girls literally throwing herself on him when he constantly pushes her away. It's there, right? Anyways, they constantly throw themselves on him or hate him and call him a pervert when he does nothing wrong, because that's how these harem shows work. These ecchi harem shows work. It's their temperus. It's all those types of shows. Shoot, go back to the OG Love Hina kind of situation. The show is like, I typically am, I'm perfectly fine with these ecchi type of shows. This one's not working, and it's really because all it's providing is the ecchi. Like, it is the eye candy, hot girls, you know, Nick being rubbed up and them being happy. That's literally the entire show. The good ones of these has something sprinkled in between. Either good writing, good characters, comedy, something to spice it up between the spice. This one is just the spice with no substance. I was describing it in my video, my first impressions video, what got demonetized. My first impression video, I put it as, this is like Amigami Sisters, but without the writing or funny. It's just the ecchi. But what we need besides ecchi, Andrew? Entertainment. Like, I can literally Google search any character I want and get lewds of them. Why would I watch the show about lewds when I can find any lewds that I want? Like, why would I go out of my way to watch a show, sit through 24 minutes of a show just to get a couple shots of their boobs? I need something else. I need entertainment. I need writing. I need something, a story, plot besides plot. It's fine if that's what you want, and it's fine if that's what you want, and you're perfectly satisfied with just viewing the boobs and stuff. Personally, me, I would just get the job done and go watch a hentai. If you're gonna watch a hentai, you're gonna expect no plot. Why would you watch an ecchi with no plot? You might as well go see The Deed. There's plenty of hentai out there that shows everything and it goes through with it. Why would you watch a show that only teases it and you get no story? Tell me. Why would you do that? Because it's more acceptable to be on your TV in your living room? Tell me. I mean, really. I mean, it's like Nukitashi last season. It had comedy, it had writing, it had characters, it had some stupid, absurd plot line, while it had people getting knocked up left and right. That's how you do it right. I never knew actually was this deep because people are fighting me and I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to fight. Come on, bring it at me. Because Opie. Yeah, and I'll get Opie from hentai. I don't need it from this show that does nothing but show that. I know, we're all joking. We're all joking, it's fine. I need more of the pink-haired girl. I need more of the pink-haired girl. And I know we're going to do the stupid bookworm girl first. That's D, it's trash. If you want to look at opis and girls in compromised positions getting massages, please go watch it. I have no problem with it. I'll probably watch the rest of it just because I want to see the pink-haired girl do some stuff. But I'm not going to claim it's anything great. But what I'm going to say, though, is that is great is Tojima wants to be a common writer. I think currently one of my, if not my favorite show of the season right now. Tojima wants to be a common writer is easily the biggest surprise for me this season. I really like it. Please do a hentai list. I don't think I would ever do a hentai list because I couldn't even begin to tell you what shows I've watched. Like, I can throw out, like, the ones that me and my brother used to meme about all the time, like, La Blue Girl and stuff like that, but I couldn't tell you. La Blue Girl's the best. There you go. S tier La Blue Girl. Anyways, back to Tojima. Tojima wants to be a Kamen Rider is easily my biggest surprise this season, because when I seen the previews of it, I'm like, yeah, this is probably one of those ones where, like, certain AniTubers are going to be like, this is the greatest thing ever. My gosh, this is peak. This is the peakest that nobody's going to watch. And then I actually watched it. And I'm like, I really like, yeah, no, yeah, you're not going to monetize that either. I really like this show. Like, no joke, this show is just working for me. Now, I will admit, comedy's subjective. Some people probably find the comedy in this, like, pretty dumb. I put it in the realms of something like, it's almost like a reversed One Punch Man, I guess the best way to put it. Like, a guy that legitimately put all the effort, similar to Saitama, gets incredibly strong, but he's got, like, something he's going towards that's a lot different than what Saitama's doing. There's still also an element of not really wanting people to know who you are, but they're kind of doing something similar, but something completely different. Why this show works for me is the original concept is that it's people who really, really like Kamen Rider when they're young, growing up wanting to be the next Kamen Rider or Tackle, wanting to be the next Kamen Rider or Tackle, next warrior of justice. But at some point growing up and realizing, oh, that's right, it was a TV show. Like, this guy's 40 years old and he realizes, oh yeah, that's right, it is technically a fake TV series. But then suddenly out of nowhere, people are showing up as, like, villains in the world and doing robberies dressed up as villains. And so it's like, oh wait, is it actually real? Does that mean I can be Kamen Rider? And so they're living out the dream that they've always had. But there's an interesting thing in the idea that it seems like whenever people play into being those heroes of the TV series, they actually become it. The first time he's at a festival and he puts on a child's festival Kamen Rider mask, he feels something surge through his body. He gets something inside of him. So it implies that he's actually gaining the powers. Same thing with the villains. They caught one of these guys that were robbing the stores, and he said, when I put on the mask and I said, yee, just like the character, the Shocker character, I felt strong. It's implying these people are getting powers from actually playing it out. And that's the funny thing of the whole thing. It's like the delusion of these people, but it's manifesting. And it's implying that all of these characters are manifesting in some way. It's actually like To Be Hero X, but it's internal. It's not people perceiving them as heroes. It's themselves perceiving themselves as a hero. So yeah, it's very similar to that. Just without the side effects, I think, so far. So far without the side effects. But yeah, they're eventually realizing there's actual villains, there's actual monsters and stuff like that. And all the while, what I love about the show, these characters are dorks. They're so stupid and dorky and cringy, and that just works for me. The main character literally bawls his eyes out when he sees somebody dressed as a Shocker, because he's like, finally it's happening. I finally get to be Kamen Rider. I finally get to punch something after training for 40 years, or less than that. But the main girl's mad because he only shows up with a child's mask rather than a full uniform, whereas she has actually made a full uniform. It's so good. It's so good like that. Yeah, like, he literally sells all of his Kamen Rider stuff because he hates the idea of dying alone and all of his stuff being thrown out. It's so dorky. Just like me, for real. It's good like that. The funniest part was definitely episode 1, though. Like, if you don't watch the rest of the series, just watch episode 1, because it shows his life at school and how he was being bullied. And then randomly out of nowhere, this girl, like, confesses to him, but it was all a joke to make fun of him. But she likes him because he's mysterious, because he keeps posing like Kamen Rider. And then somebody attacks him. He beats him up. And then they take the girl hostage. And he goes out there by himself in front of the school to fight all of these thugs from another school. And they beat the living crap out of him. But then she calls out his name. And so he finally stands up, rips off his shirt. He's got permanent marker, a drawn Kamen Rider belt. He does his goofy pose. Everybody laughs at him. But then he proceeds to beat the shit out of everybody. And he looks like the ultimate Chad standing in front of all these guys. He's literally in front of the school. Everybody's shocked. All the thugs are beat down. And he's black and blue, bruised all over his body, blood gushing out of his mouth. He looks over at the girl like the ultimate Chad. This guy, like if I was a girl, I would be just on top of him already. She's like, who are you? And he's a Kamen Rider, and he rubs the blood away, and she runs away screaming, and he just starts bawling his eyes out because he revealed that he's Kamen Rider, and it scared everybody. It's just, it was the dorkiest way that whole thing played out. The music, the way it portrayed it, the detail, the characters, everything was just, it was perfect. It was just the way that was, everything they did there was perfect. So good. But it's been like that the entire time. Like I've been really enjoying how it's been playing out, and like I said, it's easily my biggest surprise this season. Was not even on my radar before the season started. Yeah, it was amazing. Absolute Chad. The OCMC starting his harem. I don't think he has a harem yet. Are you talking about this show? Are you talking about Kamen Rider? I don't think that they have a harem concept in this one. Anyways, other than that, Gathering Isekai, I haven't even started. I don't think I will. Probably will not watch it. Inexpressive Kashiwara. Kind of in the same vein as, like, Alma. Like, it's just cute. It's just cute. It doesn't do anything wrong. This is the one I was mentioning earlier when somebody was talking about Teasing Master Takagi-san. This is literally Teasing Master Takagi-san, but without Takagi-san. Like, if you like, it's not, yeah, it's like Aheron-san meets Takagi-san. You got Aheron from Aheron-san is Indecipherable, and you replace Takagi-san with her. And she really likes the guy because he's so expressive, and he's constantly trying to tease her and get a reaction out of her, but she's inexpressive. And it constantly has the Takagi-san meh moments where it blows up in his face every single time, and he thinks that she's doing it on purpose. It's just cute. It's just cute. I love that first scene where she comes around the corner and he goes, bah! And she just goes, oof. I still think that's the cutest reaction of this, like, stone-faced girl. Just, oof. That's her shock. Oof. She's cute. She's definitely cute. But the show's, it's sort of repetitive. I like how it seems like it's at least advancing the romance quickly. Like she vibrates whenever she's laughing. They're progressing the romance quickly because she's already confessed to him. She really likes him. Everybody's obviously seen that she likes him. They like each other. But he's just a kid. Like she's matured faster than he has. He still hasn't hit puberty. Like this guy just thinks that he's bullying her, and it always blows up in his face. But no, it's fine. It's like B or C. Nothing great. It's just cute. Digimon Beat Breaker, I haven't even started. The Banished Court Magician. The Banished Court Magician. I've only watched an episode of it. Definitely another one similar to the Assassin Show where it's like way too fast. Like the pacing's borked. Take care of what the fan art. Banish that into me. So it has a problem with the crappy pacing. Its other big problem is that I hate the main character. Like within an episode, I was already pretty much shutting down. because it opens up with the opening scene is literally a guy confronts kid that's fishing and says, "Want me to teach you magic?" And then it cuts to them learning magic. And then it cuts to the guy teaching him magic saying, "I have to go. I have to leave the kingdom. Don't ever become a court magician." Cut to him at the academy becoming a court magician, finding out that his friend, the guy that taught him magic, was banished as a court magician, and him saying, "I will become a court magician." Within his mind, his sensei telling him, "Don't become a court magician." Cut to, he's now a court magician, escorting the prince through a dungeon where the prince tells him, "You're useless. You're banished as a court magician." Cut to, he's now alone, and he's afraid the prince will die because he doesn't have enough power, and he's trying to get info to the prince to save his life in the lower parts of the dungeon. Cut to, he's rejected at the gate and laughed at. Cut to, alone, and suddenly out of nowhere, there's a girl that knows him. That looks great. I like her design. Girl comes out of nowhere, apparently knows who he is, invites him to join her party. Apparently, they were friends in the academy, him and like 3 other people. And so now he's being invited to join her party. Cut to them out doing a job for the Adventure Guild, where suddenly he is extremely OP, summons like meteorites, and is able to teleport around and kill everything in a split second that he wasn't doing back when he was with the prince, which made the prince hate him and think that he was useless. Now he's able to just kill everything in an instant. When I'm wondering, why didn't you do that back there with the prince? I'm sure he would have liked you back there. But no, all you were doing is enhancing the prince. Why didn't you do that back there? Why are you suddenly doing it in front of your waifu girl? Shut off. I just shut it off. I'm done. I was done. Yeah, I liked I left my A rank party better. That at least that one had a Roxy character. Well, no, the point is, like, even if he was put in the enhance... No, wasn't he saying all you're doing is enhancing? He said, "What are you doing? All you're doing is enhancing." Did it imply that he was forcing him into the role of support? Either way, he probably could have supported him while one-shotting everything. Because waifu girl's better impressed. She is cute. I love her design. Like, she's the only reason I kind of want to watch it is because I like her design. I think her design is fantastic. She's like a design that you rarely see in like old JRPGs. Her design's great. Anyways, trash. Down here. Yes, support role. He was better as a attacker in Skull than later. Then why didn't he tell the prince that? He could have showed the prince what he could do. Let's play as A tier. I'm taking a break before we do Let's Play because I got to rant. I've already ranted enough already. We're not gonna get into the Let's Play yet. We're back. Take a break, chat. Take a break, chat. Anyways, Let's Play. So I watched an episode, and I wasn't really liking it, to be honest. It felt very Western, which makes sense because I think it's supposed to be wrote by... It's like not Japanese, honestly. But I still watched it. I think the only problem I really had with the first episode is a little bit of that kind of Western feel with what they're kind of like having to highlight, like misogyny in the workplace and stuff like that, which I'm like, that's fine, whatever. I wasn't liking the character designs because they're like all over the place. Like one girl looks like she's straight out of Hanna-Barbera. Some of the characters look like very kind of manhwa style, I guess is the best way to put it. The designs are all over the place. It's fine. I'm kept with it. I get into the second episode. Like, we'll see. I get in the second episode. Within the first couple minutes, I shut it off. Within the first couple minutes, it frustrated me and I shut it off because I wasn't invested with the first episode. It wasn't getting me. But the moment that second episode opened up, it went from, oh, I kind of like this now, to immediately shut off because it was a momentary, like, scenario that she played in her head that was fake. Because this guy, essentially, she's making a video game on the side. She's working at this job. At some point, her game gets the attention of a Let's Player. And this guy makes a video just absolutely shitting on her game. And turns out this guy ends up moving in next door to her. And when she first meets him, she's very standoffish. And then the second episode opens up with her going, I don't want to have anything to do with you because you played my game and you didn't read the instructions on how to play the game, and you assumed it was an action-y game, but it's not. It's a game where you have to make decisions in order to overcome things. You can't just brute force it, and because you didn't actually look into what it was about, you played the game wrong. You're an idiot. Cut. Oh, I wish I could say that. I'm like, turn off. Like, for a minute, I'm like, yay, thankfully, a show and a story where they just literally say who they are and why they're angry at the person, and it undoes it. It undoes it within a split second. And I got frustrated and turned it off. You like the adaptation? Oh, you guys are talking about DDD, okay. I was talking about Let's Player this. We're still talking about DDD. Anyways, I saw a clip of Let's Play and it made me so mad because not only the scene did not make any sense, but also the lesson being taught feels like pandering for sympathy. Some are way too easy. The whole scene made literally no sense. Why would a streamer say any of that? Even the way that he talked in that scene was so dorky too. Yeah, the way that he like presents it just sounds so off. Like, okay, here we go. Here's a nasty YouTuber making fun of her game, and he's all like giving all this criticism and stuff, and it's like, this sounds so off. Like, what is this dialogue? Yeah, DDD had a big problem with dub titles, even in the Crunchyroll version, because they use the same one, and the timing and everything. The dude's a reactor channel, so of course he's brain dead. It's... In the end, it's not for me. It doesn't feel anime, and that's like a big part of it, is I have anime I want to watch, and this doesn't feel like anime. It feels very Western, so just not for me. Anyways, okay, so she does confront him eventually. Good. Doesn't take too long. That's a good. The tier list isn't on the screen. Oh, sorry. Isekai Quartet. I put it right here. There you go. Right there. It's in D. Isekai Quartet. I hate it. I hate this season. I hate this season because we have the presence of literally a character I could not care less about. The Chunubyo himself. The I am atomic man, and he's ruining the entire cast. I'm joking. He did ruin Megaman's explosion, which did sort of feed into my dislike of him as a character. Yes, Sid's there. No, it's like, okay, he's kind of walking around every now and then, like, Kazuma's like, did you guys just not see that guy just walk right past us? And they're like, what guy? What are you talking about? Like, he's just kind of cruising around, and I'm like, okay, get some funny little moments with some of the characters. I felt like episode 1 had a little bit too much yap going on, but then like episode 2, it's like Megaman goes out there to get rid of her explosion, her mana, and use her magic, and it's cute because you have Emilia is defending Megaman in her desire to get rid of the magic, because Subaru has the same issue of needing to get rid of his mana. And so it's like Rie Takahashi is defending Rie Takahashi about wanting to blow up things. And then she goes out there and she uses the magic. And then Amelia's like, oh, this is where you do the Tamaya, right? And then Sid comes out of nowhere and ruins the explosion and turns it into fireworks. And Megumin's on the ground, like, sad because he messed up her magic. And I'm like, see, I hate the guy. This is why I hate Sid. I hate Sid. Yeah, how dare he mess with Megumin? No, episode 1's fine. It's just that whole, like, later part of yapping. I'm mostly kidding. Anyways, it haven't had, like, way too many, like, laugh out loud moments so far this season, but it's still up there. It's still up there. I do like my Isekai quartet. It must be war. Defend Megumin. Dust Beyond the End of the World. I'm enjoying it so far. Like, the first episode was really solid. Introduction into the world, which is basically girl and guy living together, even though they're not related. Eventually, the guy likes the girl and wants to be more than just brother and sister. She's like this high advanced AI technology creator, and eventually, the businesses, big businesses that want to beat her in AI, collude with the governments to take her down. Eventually, some crazy like radicalized dude comes and tries to kill her. He saves her. He gets put in a cryo sleep, wakes up way later in the future where it's like all of civilization's gone, mostly. Like, some civilization is rebuilding itself, but most of all civilization is gone at this point. And he's trying to see if he can find his fiancée that he left behind. And then he runs into an AI robot that looks similar to her that wants to marry him. And yeah, he's traveling around to see if he can find his old fiancée. A few interesting concepts they've kind of built already is the idea of, again, a human from our times sort of going into the future, and the future itself has sort of evolved in technology and knowledge. And so he's walking around basically a rebuilt society. Similar to something like, you know, Dr. Stone. Dr. Stone, they get put in a stone, eventually they wake up, and then they walk into new built civilizations that have been manifest for story reason with Dr. Stone. What's, of course, leaning towards in my mind is the fact that this new android is potentially probably the AI that his fiancée was building and left behind to take care of him. One, the fact that she looks like her. Two, in the fact that she knows the concept of marriage where everybody else in the world doesn't even know what the concept of marriage is. They have a new idea of marriage, and it's basically unity. And the idea that multiple people, no matter what gender, can come together to make a family, basically. They have a name for it. But there's no concept of marriage of two people, a man and a woman. There's just a concept of a unity. But she knows the word marriage, whereas everybody else doesn't know the word marriage. So it leads me to believe that she's probably built by that. The other cool thing is that it seems like there is a series of androids like her, and they all look like his fiancée, which leads me to believe that his fiancée literally left a whole bunch of hot combat chicks behind for him that are all equipped to do the deed. So I'm like, is this going to literally turn into him having literally a harem of hot fiancé robots and have to eventually give up on the idea of ever seeing his fiancée again? That aside, I'm liking so far the slowly unraveling new society that is in this new world, but I will admit that it's not the most engaging story. Like, it's not always engaging me. The plot devices they're kind of introducing, the characters they're introducing, they're fine, but at the same time, it doesn't feel too engaging. It doesn't feel like it has a good focus so far, besides him finding what I would presume is either going to be cryogenically frozen fiancé or dead fiancé. I don't know. I'm not quite sure why he didn't just say, you know, like, we got to test this out, see if it works. He's very devoted. I did think that the first episode 0, did do a good job of kind of establishing why he's going to be so dead set on finding his fiance. They were a cute couple. They were a cute couple. Not gonna lie, Dr. Stone is my top 10 series of all time. That's saying something because that series is new as hell. I'm not against the idea of putting newer shows on your list. I hate this idea that... Because I ran into that a little bit here recently when I did my new updated top 10 list, because I put in there Mushoku Tensei, ReZero, and Danger in My Heart. I think those are the three that were like recent that I put in there, and people were upset saying these are all recency bias. They shouldn't be allowed in the list. And I'm like, no, I don't believe that. I believe that newer shows can be just as good as older shows. I'm not this whole like... I feel like for the longest time we had this stupid mentality of the 90s. There was the golden age of 90s. When's the last time somebody heard the golden age of 90s? I think at some point, like late 2010s, people stopped saying that. And I think that's because like a lot of the old anime fans started kind of dropping out. And I'm thankful for that because I got sick of hearing it. It's just because it's made in the 90s does not mean it's, you know, gold. Newer shows can be great. Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood is one of the most highest rated shows of all time. It's not a 90s show. Evangelion is the 90s, and I understand that. Akira and all that kind of stuff is back there, but... And Ghost in the Shell. I think Akira's in 89, I think. Dr. Stone is a stone gem. Yeah, mineral. Joking. There's a reason why it's your top 10. Who gives a shit what other people think is great? Yeah, we're gonna get in the whole stone and minerals and gems thing conversation again from Ruri Rocks. Stop. I wonder if the other android will ask him to marry them too. I kind of wonder. And maybe that's why she's trying to hide from them. But she could be the only one that's actually programmed to understand that. And the other ones could be after him legitimately. But again, they could just be looking for them. Well, they were just looking for the person that killed the guy. They weren't looking for him. Maybe when they do figure out who he is, they could change. Yeah. I really do feel that people put way too much emphasis on what's a new anime fan, what's an old anime fan. It gets in the whole tourism thing and everything. Anime has always been, for me, within the fandom, a thing about enjoy what you want to enjoy, because as anime fans, we're so, like, ostracized and belittled and outed just for liking anime for the longest time. There was an emphasis on the idea of not really fighting about it. Now, technically, the reason why me and my brother first started our original podcast was because we seen too many people popping up being content creators and whatnot, following anime and belittling everybody else's likes. We wanted to create an atmosphere of enjoy what you enjoy, seeing the positives in things. But there was seemingly, I guess, idea that most people understood that you don't really judge people for what they like. I really feel like we're getting kind of back into that again, where people are too kind of caught up in what other people like. And yes, that is probably because anime is getting more popular and thus more eyeballs are getting into the industry and being judgmental from the outside, that it's hard to push back against it right now because there's so many people coming in. But my whole point is enjoy what you enjoy. Enjoy what you enjoy. Yeah, new and old anime fans all have their own issues. The 2010s are the golden years, but I don't really ruin stuff for anybody else. So you're saying old anime fans and 2010s fans? I think some people do I think some people, there is a groups that do exactly what the 2010s they did with the 90s. Bleh. We are in a loop. Anyways, I love the character designs. This freaking show, my gosh, I love the character designs. Dude, the OP, where it shows all the different android chicks, I love all of them. I love Tangirl the most, but all the Yuri, all the hot android waifus are so fucking hot, dude. Like, the designer of this series, chef kiss. Is me, I'm the toxic one. You're all toxic chat. In the end, it's in the A. It's an A. I really enjoy it. I recommend it. It's fun. It's got some good comedy in there as well. I got a kick out of it because I didn't catch it early on. But, Tangirl, at some point, they're at this party for meeting people to do the whole Unity thing. And this mob boss chick, well, she wasn't the mob boss. She was the, she was a mafia girl. This one chick suddenly realizes that he said something to the effect of these days. And she realized that, oh, you're talking a little bit weird. What do you mean by these days? Like they've lost some technology or knowledge. And so she starts pressing on him. And then eventually, out of nowhere, Tangirl shows up and says he knows a lot about the past because he's from the past. He's been cryogenically frozen or whatever. Completely slipping out this random chick that he's like one of these artifacts, they call him. And she says, okay, cool. I want you to form a unity with me. And then Tangirl just screams out, no, absolutely not. You can't do that. Absolutely not. And I'm like, holy crap, it's Kanane. It's Kanane Seiyu. I didn't know it until finally she started yelling frantically about his relationship with her. And I'm like, oh my gosh, it's Kanane from 100 Girlfriends Who Really Love You. That Seiyu, I swear, every single time she jumps out at me is when she gets flustered. And then suddenly it clicks, oh yeah, that's her. Every time. Zettai Tame. It's so great. Chobits needs a remake. No. Don't touch it. Because you know they'll ruin it. You know damn well they'll ruin it. I mean, it'll be in the same boat as something like Ranma, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. But I don't know. It's kind of quirkiness. I don't think it's too... Chobits doesn't show much, so I don't know that'll be a problem. I guess it'd be fine. Yeah, I guess it'd be fine. Because, yeah, I think as well that's another one that's in that kind of digipaint area where it doesn't scale up well to HD. Anyways. Uma Musume Cinderella Greru Part 2. Super Creek. Super Creek. I loved Super Creek's segment. What else has happened this season so far? I think I've only watched like 3 episodes. We had Super Creek and her glass leg. We had, what's her name? March and Uguri doing their 2 separate matches. Something else. I'm blanking on something else that happened. Uma Musume is an interesting one for me because it's similar to Dr. Stone. It's similar to Dr. Stone where like I can't really say that it's like it's always on like next level of like hype and then I love every single second of it. It's got a goofiness to it. Like that whole scene where I don't know what her name is. Her little rival girl that popped up back out of nowhere because she outraced her. And she wants to find out where Oguri Cap is going to race next. And then she thinks that she's going somewhere, but she's not actually going there. Then Oguri Cap's like, no, I'm not going there. And it just completely blows up in her face. It's still got some good comedy here and there, but like, it's not like great all the time. What really works for me with Musume is that every time there's a race, it feels like it's going to do the same damn thing every single time. And it technically does in a way. But every time it does it, it works. Like, every single race plays the same way where there's 2 people or 3 people going up against each other. They're going up towards the final bend, and then one of them stomps their foot in the ground and takes off and wins. Every freaking match. There's like one case, maybe two cases where there's an upset. And that's mainly because somebody else stepped in the ground and darted at the end and won. It's usually always the same, but it always works. And Super Creek's an example of that. But I think specifically with Super Creek, it was just because of what they played during it. It gets into like, yeah, her whole story is that she's got this miracle that she's trying to play out. That she was discovered by this lady and she's been training her and helping her. And then, oh, we find out mid-race, she'd been holding herself back this entire time because she injured her ankle. And her trainer told her, you're no longer glass. You can finally run. You don't have to worry about the fragility of your ankle. You can go full speed. And then it goes, you're no longer glass. Kicks the ground, takes off. Everybody's freaking out because she was in an internal bend and then she was blocked in, but somehow she got ahead. Oh, come to find out there was an opening, a clearing, because there's two different lanes there, and she took that moment to get up there. And it's like, it's amazing. Again, it does the same damn thing every single damn time, but it's amazing. Like, it works. The music kicks in. That thump, dude. The thump. It's great. Is it S tier though? I don't know that it's S tier though. I am excited for Tamama Cross. I do like Tamama Cross. I love her Seiyu a lot. I really love Tamama Cross Seiyu. You can say that same about 99% of fight scenes. Well, that's shonen. That's gotten tiresome for me too. So I say the same thing about the shonens. I say the same damn thing about shonens. Tomo Cross's mysterious Umutag when she was outside of the shower. What? Oh, it turned into Cinderella. Yeah. I'm fine. Yeah, that's fine. Like, compared to all this stuff up here, yeah, it's technically up there. Again, this is S tier for this season. It's a sports anime, yeah. But I mean, it's like with sports anime, there's like typically like different strategies and whatnot people are utilizing in order to overcome somebody. This one is like it's a race, so it's you're going the same direction. There's little differences in the idea of, again, like when somebody breaks off, can they get around the pack? Yeah, are they sustaining some sort of stamina or something like that? Are they having to overpush themselves or overexert themselves? Blocking in. It's basically the Uma Musume strategy. Getting the strength in order to do breakthroughs. Stamina in order to keep going and competing. Not having enough stamina. Early starts, that kind of stuff. So, but they're still in a race. So much you could do. It's more about the characters in the story and what they're kind of going through, of course. Only A tier for Yuri. Yeah, because she keeps talking about wanting to croak. Shut up. It's got tired of hearing her wanting to croak. It's depressing. The show's depressing. I want something interesting to happen. I heard today's episode's great, though, so I'm going to watch episodes today. Svis. I haven't watched it yet. I need to watch it because it's got a writer that I'm decently fond with. Ganglion, I don't even know that that's even licensed yet. Tatsuki Fujimoto is not out until next month. Dark History, I'm done. Is that it? We're done. We're done. We're done. Because some of this stuff I haven't gotten a chance to watch in this season of. I'm a little bit too far behind on that one. Yeah, we're done. That's it. We made it. Chat, we made it. Actually finished before I thought we were done. Suddenly I'm like, oh wait, that's it. That's it. We're done. All right, cool. That didn't take that long, and I expect that because, again, we're not dealing with a massive season like usual. I think that's good. I think it's very kind of B-centered, which I kind of assumed that was going to be the case because there's a lot of shows this season that are just okay. And B is kind of in that okay category. We're trying to finish it because I'm heading to bed. All right, take care. Thanks for dropping by, Heavenly.
Should we apologize for all our yapping? Maybe at least I should. No. I love the chat. You guys, I've said this before and I'll say it again. Like, there's nothing worse for a streamer than not having people to communicate to. Because, like, a lot of what a streamer does is their communication with their viewer. And having things to kind of bounce off of with the chat is, like, I could literally have a 24-hour stream as long as I have somebody to kind of communicate to. Speaking of Kanane, Andrew, what is your take on the new season of Girlfriends? 100 Girlfriends? I'm excited. Definitely excited for it. Has it been, like, confirmed? Or is it only still, like, leaks? Has there been actually an announcement? Because I think what they were saying is that there's, like, a color insert or something like that. I forget if there was actually a confirmation at any point. People were just speculating because there was a color insert. Confirm next year. Yeah, because I think it was a trailer, wasn't there? Yeah, that was an official one. There's even art for it. Yeah, I'm hyped for it. I'll definitely be here for it. Dude, I got another email the other day from somebody wanting me to take down my 100 Girlfriends videos. It's like, I don't know what the obsession is with 100 Girlfriends. I think it's just one particular person. Like, he's obsessed with it. But this next person, like, emailed me telling me that their friend or their brother, like, ended themselves because of 100 Girlfriends. And I'm like, dude, this is getting disgusting. Like, what is your problem? Like, for one, why would you bring somebody ending themselves up when trying to get somebody to take down 100 Girlfriends videos? But why would you go that far with it? Like, what is the obsession with 100 Girlfriends? Like, if the idea is that 100 Girlfriends is, like, toxic or something like that, there's much worse shows than 100 Girlfriends being provocative. I mean, we had, like, literally last season, we had Nukitashi. That's way worse if you're talking about that stuff. But at the same time, if your brother is influenced by 100 Girlfriends and the death of the animation industry, that's the least of his problems. If he's offended by that stuff, he should have gotten help, because that should not be enough to affect somebody that way. Yeah, it's guilt trip scamming, but I don't know why we're going that far out of our way to get rid of 100 Girlfriend videos. Yeah, I don't get the end goal. Like, I almost want to I don't reply to them because they're just stupid. But it's like, why are we going? What is your end game here? Why is this your thing? Like, why is this the heel that you're on? Are the other shows on the list leftover list? Oh, the ones that are in the leftovers, I didn't really watch it. I haven't been able to find it anywhere. It's not out yet. Haven't got a chance to. Too far behind. Only watched one episode. Not out yet. I think this is like split release. Haven't watched it. Didn't know where this is at. Haven't watched it. Could be scamming, because the first one I ever got was saying, this is disgusting and it's dangerous for children. You should stop covering it. Please take it down. The second email was offering to pay, which I can see that being a scam, because they would probably want to do something that would involve giving information that they can then steal. This new one's just kind of saying, it hurt me badly, please take it down. It's never... I guess there could be a lead into something eventually, but I don't get... Again, I don't get the end game. I really don't. Ninja One's on Prime? Yeah, I think I've seen that somewhere. Yeah, I learned a long time ago, and it's really kind of my experience with seeing other content creators. I've been on the internet long enough, and I've consumed enough media to know that, like,
in most cases, just don't engage with any of it, because like there's so many different ways of scamming people out of their contact information and stuff like that. There's very limited ways that I engage with people in general. Even people that I really trust, there's very limited ways that I engage with people. Even if somebody I've known for like a year on Discord, if they send me a link to something, I'm very skeptical of where that link's going. But even for like companies that want to offer some sort of like brand deal or like advertisement, unless it looks extremely 100% legit, I don't even engage with it. Like, I've had times where I get DMs and like X, and they're saying, "Hey, we're working with Razer, or we're working for Red Bull, and we're looking for content creators to do this stuff. Can we set up a deal?" And it's like, okay, your account has nothing but you retweeting Red Bull and not even engaging with people. And why would Red Bull want an anime content creator? Like, things don't add up here. Things don't add up here. Yeah, no engagement with such nonsense is the best and healthy option. Yeah, just in general for that kind of stuff is just there's no benefit to it. Stuff like this, I'm protective towards 100 girlfriends. People are just can't trust with series that is supposed to be fun, romantic. I think the nice thing about 100 girlfriends is that, and what makes it so great is that how cool the main character is. Like, he's extremely respectful of the girls, and I get the idea that there's the pushback against 100 girlfriends because it's pretty mainstream, and it's got the lewdness to it. It's got an ecchi to it. And I think that's what sort of gets it under fire more than most other ones like Nukitashi or something like that. That's doing way worse and raunchier and more unwanted. But where was I going with this? In the end, I think 100 Girlfriends is like a refreshing take on it. And you would hope that people would be more accepting of it because of how respectful it is to the stuff. He's a good character. He's not a what we talked about earlier with Redo of Healer. He's not Redo of Healer main character here. Then they kick in the fourth wall with the 100 Girlfriends. They've done it several times. They angry because they can't stand a guy being such a good guy and getting it. That's what I was telling somebody the other day. I think it was Psychotrist. I think I sent it to Psychotrist because we've been talking about that for a while because he gets emails about people not liking him covering 100 Girlfriends too. So me and him have kind of been exchanging these emails and stuff that we've been getting about it. Again, I don't understand what it's about 100 Girlfriends. Again, it's not just me. Like, Psychotrist is getting it too. Like, what is it about 100 Girlfriends? Of everything I'm covering, that's your breaking point. I think I told him at some point, I was like, it's got to be a jealousy thing. Like, is that what upsets them? Is that because he's got it? And then it's got 100 girlfriends, he's going to be getting 100 of them, and people are just jealous of it? The best continuing series to your eternity, season 3. Love seeing all the old friends live. Spoiler, BoJack, thanks. I kind of expect that. Watched Redo a Healer recently. It's a fun show, but it's a bit much a lot of the time. I haven't watched it. I think I've watched part of the first episode, but I haven't actually sat down and watched it. If he was Redo, he'd be celebrated because female liberation or some other gooning shit. No, it goes to what we were talking about earlier with like the whole with you our love will make it through. Like if he was a she and it was 100 boyfriends who really, really love you, it'd be great. I said the same exact thing about Mashiko Tensei. if Mushoku Tensei from episode 1 was a female shut-in who was gooning off to stuff, gets kicked out of her home, hit by a truck, goes to another world, and is perving out over her butler's underwear, grows up and gets in a relationship with all these girls, people would be celebrating him as... If Rudiko was Rudiko, people would think he's stunning and brave. Or she was, sorry. There's always a flip script there. One thing's acceptable and the other's not. I have 2 playlists, you and him covering it. Oh, Psycholtrist. He hasn't been doing much anime lately. I don't want to bug him about it because like whatever you're doing, do like if you're enjoying doing that, do that. It seems to be doing very well for him doing those games that he's been covering. But I'm still kind of bummed. Like I miss watching Psycholtrist anime stuff. Eventually, he'll come back. Eventually, folks, he'll come back to us. Joseph probably, but people are prideful, admit it, making excuses why they don't like it. My 100 bottlers boyfriends who really want to save me. Love in Deep Space, the anime, basically. I have no clue what Love in Deep Space is even about. I imagine it's about deep space. I don't know if that's like figuratively or literally they're in deep space with a bunch of hot dudes, or if it's the deep space within their heart or something. I don't know if they're even butlers. I feel like there's a lot of people who don't have proper control of their emotions. The emotions they get and show don't filter in the media, but instead in real life emotions. Anime isn't real. I'm of the belief that in general there is a massive mental health issue in our world, and I think and unfortunately, as much as I love the internet and what it's sort of been able to bring people together, I think that has been sort of a force multiplier. That the internet brings people with some sort of issue they may be facing together and helping it magnify to the point where it's accepted. And that's like a huge problem I think that we're facing societally, is that there's too much unwell in the world and it's not botting well. Mental health gets too much and yet again not enough. I mean, it always comes down to how it's addressed. If is it addressed properly or if it's addressed improperly. And I think right now it's kind of being addressed improperly. People are not getting the help they need. As an older person, the world is before social media and the world now is wildly different. Yeah, I think that I was born. I mean, there's a side of me that almost wishes I was born later, just because a lot of what I think and reflect on wouldn't be here. But I think the point in which I was born, spending half my life in the age of internet, being half out gave me a sort of solid foundation of what was once to reflect on what is now. But at the same time, I think that also puts me out of touch with the youth now that has spent their entire time with a phone in front of them. I've realized very quickly I have become the old man because I now can say, you kids don't know what it's like before the internet. Because most people these days, shoot, if you are... I would argue, when was the iPhone really started? I guess if you were like 20 years or younger, you've lived your entire life in front of a screen. 20 years or younger, you have lived your entire life with a screen in front of you, probably. Most likely. 99% chance. Like I said before, I like my time spent away from internet. It wasn't always great, but being able to kind of disconnect, I think it gives you that clarity that you can disconnect, even though it's hard to disconnect anymore. That's like the whole situation that happened a few weeks ago, where people took my post out of context, and I got like somebody retweeted it claiming something false, and then it just turned into a bunch of people DMing me and attacking me. Even with that situation, it's like simply, yeah, just turn it off and walk away. But there's like I can't, because it's my livelihood. Like, this is my job. I can't just disconnect. A lot of other people can. You could, like the director of One Punch Man. Delete the account, go back to work. He doesn't need the internet. He didn't have to communicate to people on X. He was choosing to. Yes, by losing his account, he loses his ability to communicate to people on X that he was already talking to before he became the director of One Punch Man Season 3. But he doesn't require that to communicate to people. Me, I have to, because X is like an extension of my presence online, an ability to communicate out to people my content. And I get some money from it as well. But like, the ability to kind of disconnect from the internet is difficult for some people, especially when it's like your job interacting with a public. But having that pre-internet life does help me at least acknowledge that at the end of the day, I can delete that app, put it down, and they can't get me. And if they dox me, there's something in my lower drawer right here that's going to handle that. But I think for most people, there's like an addiction to the point where life without it doesn't exist. That's the scary thing. I think some people are raised with the mindset that is your life. We are a whole man together. I try not to interact with public forums like Twitter. I only to be honest, Sky, if I wasn't doing Otaku Spirit, I would have deleted my socials a long time ago. I wasn't using Facebook before I did Otaku Spirit. I didn't even touch Twitter at the time. I didn't touch Twitter at all before I did Otaku Spirit. It wasn't until I was doing Otaku Spirit that I felt I needed that. I don't care for social media in general. I think social media in general is garbage. It's a great way to hit a feed and see some updates on things happening, but I think in general, the concept of Twitter, and again, social media in general, this was something that was created by Facebook. The algorithm itself was created by Facebook. Social media in general promotes in the most cases toxicity, because likes and retweets, likes, shares, retweets, whatever you want to call it, depending on your platform, they all encourage toxic attitudes and misinformation to get likes and credits and boosting you up in the algorithm. It, by design, and YouTube too, they're all designed for the likes, retweets, shares. The only way that I think personally we're ever going to keep from going down a very dark path that we're already going into, every single site needs to get rid of likes. Get rid of retweets. Get rid of anything that shows that you are higher than somebody else or gaining a value. And get rid of that monetization, which, yes, for me personally does affect me. But I don't see this ending well. Old man yells at Sky. Not that old man yells at Sky. Social media promotes attention, not much more than that. Good or bad attention. Yeah, exactly. It promotes it and encourages it, and thus people will go out of their way to do it. I also hate short form content. I disable shorts and stuff. That's my only problem. My biggest problem as a content creator that I've faced and I'm still facing is I am not I don't like short form content. I never consumed much short form content. Never watched YouTube Shorts. Never watched Vines and Instagrams and not Instagrams. My gosh, blanking on the other name of the Chinese company, TikTok. I never care much for the short form videos, and I think a lot of people don't have patience for even a lot of the content I do. I think that's probably why I have mostly older individuals that watch my content, is I like talking about stuff. I don't like just like making loud noises, throwing in sound effects, and finishing a video in 4 minutes. I want to dig into stuff. I think it's healthy to walk away from social media or the internet for a while if you can. I mean, it's range of months. I think it is. Because they're maximizing engagement, which in turn encourages hug boxes, which radicalizes people. Exactly. That's what I meant earlier. Going for obviously the extremes, the idea of people with like mental illness or something like that, they find a group that will say one day I wake up and I've dealt with several people in my life that has had either mental deterioration, mental impact. Say one day I wake up one morning and I have a brain tissue scarring. And that brain tissue scarring affects my judgment in just a slightest way. And suddenly I believe that tomorrow a meteorite's going to hit the Earth. And I'm freaking out. This happens. I've experienced this. People waking up one day and suddenly something is just not right. I will go online and I can find somebody who believes that same exact thing. And now we have a group that all believe tomorrow a meteorite is going to hit the Earth. This is an extreme example, but again, it falls in line with what I even experienced myself. It creates an echo chamber that people in this group will then believe this thing. And this happens with a lot of things in radicalization, definitely. And that's why I say that's sort of what my fear is overall with, well, the Earth is flat. Shut up, Nemo. That's what happens. It's exactly what happens. In a smaller scale, that's literally what happens. And that's the danger that I kind of feel it happens. I don't think people are supposed to have such exposure to content as they do now. You need to be bored from time to time. Yeah, I think there's an overstimulation that, yes, technically people do. 100% agree. And that's technically what my content is sort of fitting into, but that's the system. That is the system. I would hope that people take breaks, but all these systems were built that way. It's to keep you on. That was what Facebook developed early on, was the idea of building a system that will keep people going and going, keep scrolling, don't go away. Here's something else. Don't look away. Don't look away. Keep looking. That's what they're built to do. And I think that both affects people's short-term memory. It affects our ability to retain information because we can easily find information. We're constantly berating our brain full of stuff. It just keeps going. It keeps going. Disconnecting is nice. Disconnecting is really nice. Yeah, anonymity definitely opens up the door to a lot of stuff as well. Yeah, I agree. Gotta go. Take care, Bo. And AI is going to make it worse. Yeah, once people have easy access to free and accessible AI creating tools, that is going to get worse. I mean, YouTube and stuff is already full of AI stuff. When you have a bunch of people, the accessibility to create AI stuff is going to be like open, that door's open. I hope if YouTube cares about, I don't think they do, if YouTube cares about their content creators, they're gonna have to put some sort of restriction on it. Otherwise, you're gonna go on YouTube and nothing on that front page is gonna be real. It's gonna be a bunch of, if there's any faces there, it's not gonna be real. It's just gonna be a bunch of stuff being just turned through AI. Yes, I'm a flat earther because flat is justice. Yes. Get a catfish by AI. You should see my DMs. You should see my DMs, dude. My DMs is full of just rando AI women that all want to get money. I'm sure everybody else has that stuff as well, but every time a video that I put or clip I put on Twitter goes viral, it is full of AI women. Check out my profile. And then I will immediately start getting a crap ton of DMs from randos just saying, come here, check my profile for pic. I thought about, every now and then, I thought about the idea of creating an AI OnlyFans girl. Just, you see it happening, it's making money, go ahead and do it. Might as well, everybody else is doing it. Someone here doesn't know about Earth Gen. Anyways, I'm going to call it here, folks. I thank you guys for dropping by for the tier list. I know we're getting winding down. I don't know what I'm going to be doing. I did find out that Chainsaw Man apparently is actually airing over here, so I could technically go over there. I don't know that I need any, like, pre-tickets or not. I think I could just walk in. I don't know if I'll go watch it though. Again, I don't like going to theaters, even if it is open over here. We'll see though. I also need to do my top 10, which you guys pretty much already seen right now. Decide on those one for next week. I'll probably do my video next week for my top 10 of the season so far. But it's kind of a chill season. I'm hoping that at some point this season I will be able to take a break and do some project I want to do that I keep talking about. We'll have to see. How are you calling? I call at night? What? Go, Andrew? We'll see. Yeah, I don't see the theater over here being sold out. Again, it's not really a big anime area. Surprised it's even at the theater, really, honestly. They must not have much else to show. The only time it's got an anime film is when there's nothing else to show. Major opinions? I don't know. I really like the first season. Everybody hated the first season, so I probably have crap taste on it. It just depends on if I can get out there in time. Anyways, thank you guys for dropping by. It was a lot of fun. Again, thanks to everybody that donated the memberships to the channel, YP and RFX and everybody. I really appreciate it. But until next time, you have a good one.